Welcome to the AMC cage. Welcome to the AMC. Yeah. Welcome to the cage. Grab a chair, one share, one ray. You are now locked in with security jam. Watch his dark floors, lies, and fake ass pages. One eye on the cams, one eye on the game. Bad badge on his chest, but the grin ain't tame. Calm on the outside, storm in the frame. Deep in the skull, something shakes them bars. Joker ain't waking up, laughing hard in the dark. Protector of the cage, guardian of the skull. When the bullshit gets sticky, starts losing control. Security James keeps the show on track, but Joker ain't hears last and starts clawing back. This ain't your soft little market recap. This is facts with teeth in a baseball bat. Welcome to the place where the fraud gets named and the fake tough clowns get dragged through flames. Security come, Joker ape insane. Same damn body, two sides of pain. One ask questions, one breaks chains. One check numbers, one screams names. Welcome to the AMC ape cage, where the memes grow teeth and that charts feel strange. We don't bow, we don't break, we engage. Security James with Joker ape off the chain. Welcome to the family inside this frame, where the market tricks get dragged by name. We break down moves, we step out the haze. Welcome to the AMC ape cage. Lights buzz, screens glow, coffee gone cold. Every candle on that chart got a dirty little soul. Gap up, gap down, head fake trap. Same old bullshit in a brand new head. They paint fear red, they hide it in spreads. They smile on TV while that basement bleeds red. Volume talks dirty, candles leave clues, and we don't chase noise, we interrogate moves. Chaotic queen with the no celeste air. Cross-exam queen with the smoke in the air. Silver in the notebook, steel in that bitch. You melt your weak logic right out of that chair. Crazy angry Matt in the back, arms crossed.
Show me the math or shut the hell up, boss.
Always got fat, always got smoke. Always 1 second from calling out a Joe. James holds steady, bash to his vest, but Joker Ape coin holds through his chest. One kiss peace when the floor gets loud. One says fuck that,
Drag him out now.
two voices, one mission, one damn goal. Expose the game and protect the soul. One walks the wall, one bites through the rule. One stays calm, one gets cruel.
We see the games they play. Numbers trapped in a crooked cage. Facts got teeth in this place, and we bite down hard on every fake. They can dress it up, call it market design, but bullshit still stinks when it crosses the line. We don't need hopium, we don't need praise. We need receipts, timestamps, filings, and names.
Wow, welcome to the AMC cage, where the memes grow teeth and the charts feel strange. We don't bow, we don't break, we engage. Security James with Joker ape off the chain. Welcome to the family inside this frame, where the market tricks get dragged by name. We break down moves, we step out the haze.
Welcome to the AMC ape cage. This ain't a circus, this is study hall in hell. Every laugh got a purpose, every joke rings bells. Every dumbass headline, every crooked little spin gets thrown on the board, and we dig right in.
No fake preacher talk, no trust me bro. No shiny little puppet with a Wall Street glow. If the numbers don't match, then the mask comes off, and Joker Ape laughs while the room gets soft. James at the can with the plan in his hand. Joker Ape in the shadows like say it again. Quinn got the math, Matt got the math, and the whole damn cage got a memory like rap. He's scared of the truth, don't step in his ring. If you're ready to learn, pull a chair, let it sting. We don't chase clout, we don't get the tape. We watch every move and expose the fake. Welcome to the AMC ape cage, where the memes grow teeth and the charts feel strange. We don't bow, we don't break, we engage. Security James with Joker ape off the chain. Welcome to the family inside this frame, where the market tricks get dragged by name. We break down moves, we step out the haze.
Welcome to the AMC ape cage. Doors locked, intro done, showtime, throttle spun. James on the mic, you know the one. Rule question everything, trust none.
Watch the spread, watch the tape, watch the clowns, watch the fade. Joker Ape laughing, James is fade.
Now teach these motherfuckers how to spot the bait.
Welcome to the cage, Joker Ape off the chain. Security James on stage.
Welcome to the AMC ape cage.
Welcome to the AMC ape cage.
Ha! Welcome. It's a beautiful Thursday. I can tell you right now, it is going to be a very interesting episode today. And I want to kind of go over and touch a bunch of different things today. Specifically, yesterday was the DTC's announcement for tokenization within the entire stock market, which I find very interesting. But the other reason that I find it interesting is because we're going to separate what they do to what retail does, how it affects both sides. So this way you guys understand what the whole tokenization process is. We're also going to go over a lot about the metamaterials court discovery today. There's a reason behind it, and I believe that I've come up with a very, very evidence building trail that MMTLP people that watch us, and I know there's a bunch, but the people that do watch us, you're going to love seeing this and what I actually can prove. But MMTLP and the Next Bridge reconciliation, GNS, we're going to go into you as well, because you are very interesting in my eyes. How this all relates to the entire meme basket and the connections between each individual one. We're also going to talk about AMC's earnings coming up on Monday, which actually is what we're going to start off with here shortly. But what this proves, what this doesn't prove, and the records that are still needed from our research that we are still conducting on a constant basis. And what I am going to do, and what is going to precede the show moving forward, is everything that Matt and I have gone ahead and actually researched, documented, and put together within the entire report is now going to be put, basically, the minute this show ends, it'll be up on the website on AMC Ape Cage live.live. And you can see the entire evidence trail of everything that we've been researching, so that this way you guys get it firsthand, and you guys can look, and you can actually see what factual conclusions can look like and how they're supposed to look. So when you are going up in an argument, say on social media, you can go ahead and refer back to this. And this way you have the most factual information for that time period. Matt, how are you, my friend? Yeah, I mean, I would say, there's a lot of interesting things that have happened to me specifically over this last week, which I find very interesting. And I'm trying to make sure that the community doesn't revert back towards this. And that's why you see me fighting with everybody. But that's neither here or there. I don't want us to become the laughing stock in everybody's joke. I don't want us to become, a guessing game of who's right, who's wrong, who's telling the truth, who's not telling the truth. So that's one of the main reasons I created the website, is just for that specific reason. This way, you know what's true, what's not, what's being reported, what's not, what is actually factual, and what is blowing smoke up your ass. Plain and simple. I'm tired of having people tell me, trust me. I don't know if you are, Matt, but I'm sick of it. And and I understand that, but everybody has their own opinion, especially in our play. Everybody has their own opinions and what they think and what's right and what's wrong and what's this person saying, whatnot. But correct. And that's fine. I have no problem with opinions. I have no problems with theories or ideas or anything of that nature. What I do have a problem with is that when you call something factual and then don't have the facts to support it. That's what I have a problem with. Matt? Yeah, and that's really the problem that I have, is that it's the problem of I gave an opinion and a theory, but I don't know about the theory. It's just it doesn't make sense to me. You have to back things up. If you're going to say something, especially perfect example was yesterday. Monday. Monday was a perfect example. If you go ahead and you present something about UBS and you go ahead and you present about how they had to ask for relief because of, supposedly the shorts that they're holding for AMC. Where's the proof? That's a big claim that you're making, but you're not showing me anything that's backing you up. Where does it say that? I know we all know it, but that doesn't matter that we know it. We have to see it. Wouldn't you agree, Matt? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, and I agree with that. So another thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. You're 100% correct on that statement. That is 100% correct. Also, I forgot to mention. So, for anybody that's on X or Twitter, either one, one of the parameters that X and Twitter set for everybody that streams, really, you can't. I can see your responses, but I can't reply to your responses. I fixed that just for everybody that's on X. If you want to respond to us, so this way we know what you need or want, you can actually go over to the website. And by going over to the website, you are able to actually chat with Matt and I through the chat because it's set up that way. So this way, it's only particularly for X and Twitter folks, but this way we're actually able to respond to you. So this way you can see us in the chat. You see our messages like Hayden. Hello. It's always a pleasure, my friend. But this way I can actually see what you guys are or I can reply to your messages, which is nice. So that's a new feature. And thank you for the website for that one. But Matt, I 100% agree with you on that. And it's just, it more so affects the people up above, because when we're trying to make an argument and we're trying to be heard, seen, watched, we're trying to get our point across to people, and we can't get a hold of anybody because of that reason. Is because we don't have anything that's factually basing that off of. So they just laugh at us and say, okay, show us. And then we get laughed at. I don't like being laughed at. Like, I'm done with that. We've been here for 6 years. It's time to put the pen to paper. It's time to go ahead and show the evidence chain. It's time to go ahead and show them everything. I'm sure they don't like that we have our own website where I can actually produce evidence on and put it up for everybody. I know there's a lot of people that hate me because of it. Do I care? No. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. I encourage you to if you have something, send it to me. I'm more than happy to go ahead and put up that evidence. I'm going to run through it to make sure that it's accurate and that it's actual truth based upon what my criteria that I have set for the evidence. But I'm more than happy to take whatever you guys put out there. Please. I'm not saying no to anybody. I want the proof that leads to the ultimate goal. Yep. You'll find. Yeah. But I made sure that it's all broken down so that even if you don't understand from what we're talking, how we're talking about it, listen, it is. I made it. It's the Cliff Note version. So this way you guys can have a full understanding and go into a conversation and listen, you're not the walking mat. Correct. Or there's an avenue that you guys can also, if you have a certain way of getting into certain things or a different avenue source or whatever, it can connect. And after this episode, particularly, because I have a whole new block of 75 unique IDs and 70 source links to put up right after the show. So you're going to have an expanded view on not just AMC, but what we are going to prove tonight is how the MMTLP, even though it looks like they got put in timeout for that U3 halt, listen, they're not in any type of timeout. And they're leading the pack as of right now, to be perfectly honest with you. Oh, I know. Oh, oh yeah. Oh no. Don't worry, my friend. Just wait. We're gonna go over all that tonight because it honestly, if you wanted to know a backdoor into getting the answers that you guys want, it's right through MMTLP. Them and actually an older friend, GNS. Both of them are the key. And honestly, one of the things that I have been thinking about, Matt, and I want your opinion on this, is that these are all Delaware corporations. MMTLP, same with GNS, and yet neither one of them, well, GNS did, then they retracted, and then now they're filing in Florida. The other one filed in, what, Nevada? I think MMTLP. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, GNS retracted Delaware and then went to Florida. So, okay. So why is it that Delaware, which is supposed to be for corporations that does all the court handlings and everything else, why are they not having these two premier cases that implicate two of the biggest market makers in well, yes, they are. Both of them are securities claim. Correct, which I understand. But here's the other part of it. Both of these contain securities matters with because of implicating market makers. Would that be GNS also, though? I see, and that's my question, because that is one of those things that just raises an eyebrow for me, at least. And the reason why is because GNS, I don't think they're anything when it comes to a bankruptcy. The company is going to join their suit against Virtu and Citadel. Same thing with now we have MMTLP that is actually getting them to open the books, even though it's for their attorneys to look at, but still getting them the ability to look at their books and all that trading data. Why isn't this held in Delaware? The only reason I can come up with is because their lawyers couldn't get a change of venue. That's the only thing that comes to my mind. It's either that or I don't know. Well, GNS actually has the motion on hold right now to wait until MMTLP case is concluded. Because their direct findings basically will show light to they still involve corporations and they still involve the stocks. Isn't that interesting, though? Yeah, but I don't think GNS is a bankruptcy, though. Yeah, but I know I just started that venture, but that's because I talked to Digger because he sent me some stuff about why they're involved, and it's another way of looking at things. No. Correct. Correct. But now, see, this also leads to another theory and question that I have. Is because AMC, we went through that bullshit court case for 6 months where we got put on pause for those 6 months while we were in court. And while we were in court, we had the most ridiculous testimony I think I've ever heard in any court. One had their dog die and they couldn't build a memorial for their dog. I mean, it's just absurd bullshit. And Zern was so pissed. And you could hear it in her voice, how mad she was. But the question that I have is that, okay, we're a Delaware corporation. MMTLP is asking for this information. GNS is waiting for MMTLP to get the information. Why hasn't, I'm just saying this hypothetically, but like, why haven't anybody asked for this through the legal system when we were in court? I was just curious because this totally appeals to everybody during that time period as well, specifically that time period. Because the 161 days that MMTLP is requesting would overlap that. Same thing with APE. And me and you have both said, Matt, that this is a direct comparison is the that would be interesting. which is interesting. I'm curious then, to be perfectly honest with you. Isn't that? I know it's your hypothetical, but and I'm saying it's a hypothetical as well. But it is interesting when you're thinking about this and you're trying to think about like, oh my god, like how can we go ahead and how can we fucking win? Just think about it, like how can we win? Here's the back door. MMTLP is the back door for everybody. I'm telling you that right now, folks. And there's a specific reason why, which we'll go over later in the show. But it's one of those things where it's so eye-opening that you're just like, huh? Really? What? Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Correct. Yeah. Well, see, mm-hmm. So, and I can answer that one. That's a little different because when it comes to like FTX and they were in Europe, they have like the Swiss moratoriums. They also have, like German. Like I no offense, I know Guten Tag, but that's about it. I don't know how to go ahead and actually translate the letter that I would need to write to get a, no. Or the Swiss moratorium, unless they were locked. Well, and here's the thing that would be nice, and if anybody that's out there from our good friends in Sweden and Germany, like do us a favor, if there is anything that you guys can grab in regards to that bankruptcy, please grab it, because there's stuff that's redacted. I mean, tons of stuff that are redacted. So I'll give you a specific thing that we would need, and this could conclude a lot, is what shares were purchased by Binance Switzerland. If they say AMC, or they say AMC Ape, or if they say GME or GME Preferred, or Ape AMC or AMC Ape, that's what I need specifically. So if you can look at the Binance arbitration, they are there. Correct. But that's where if it's not sealed here, or it's sealed here, but if it's not sealed in Germany, which I'm going to bet this probably is, and maybe the Swiss moratorium may have it. I'm just saying this out loud so that this way you think about it, you look and just peek and see what you find, because it may be interesting. FINMA. Yes. FINMA. The ma of Fin. But there's, it's one of those things where it's just, it will push that side of it along, because that actually proves that there's a value. If I can prove there's a value, then there's questions, a lot of questions that have to be answered. And not just this is more of, you get to open your fucking books and I get to see your trading data now, because that will actually tie Matt, that would actually tie not just Binance, but who was Binance pushing those shares out to? Correct. So, yeah, which you weren't allowed. I don't. So, which leads to another. Well, now that actually leads to a bunch of different questions because when you're talking about like the tokenization rule that just got, I mean, literally just came to fruition yesterday and is the first production of the tokenized stock ledger. And now it adds and also takes away. It's supposed to add more transparency. It's supposed to add more security towards retail traders, so on and so forth. But yet there's ways around that. And one of the ways around that, which I'm going to basically describe to you right now, is the creation of multiple wallets. So now instead of having, phantom shares or naked shares or synthetic shares, they're now wrapped tokens that go into different entitlement categories, and those entitlement categories are separated by wallets at the broker level. So now those entitlements can now stack on top of that token before it's burned by the DTC/scene company. Well, I mean, it's a nefarious way to basically keep the crime going, is basically what I gathered from it. I don't understand why you need to. I don't understand why it can't be a transparent market. I don't understand the fact that you put somebody away in Sam Bankman-Fried for doing the exact same thing that you're doing right now. Almost to a T. There are subtle differences between the two. Correct. But I mean, but still, they created the exact same thing. And I don't think I'm wrong by saying that. I mean, they basically created what Sam Bankman-Fried is. I mean, go ahead. Correct. So, which also leads to another thought and precarious question. Citadel moved from Chicago in June of 22 to Miami. Well, Sam Bankman-Fried was in, and FTX was in Miami. And okay, all of a sudden, 2 months later, FTX is going bankrupt. Sam Bankman-Fried is in jail. That's very, very fast and very, very convenient for Citadel. Let's not forget that they also purchased the Miami X Exchange. And Pantheon, or not, Python. Yeah, Python. And then, I mean, yeah, I mean, it is really, really curious that all of a sudden they just become this huge conglomerate in Florida, and Sam Bankman-Fried, all of a sudden, who made this tokenized, quote unquote scam, gets arrested for it, put in jail. We copy the exact same thing, and who just happened to be one of the partners that helped create this through the Treasury and DTCC. Citadel. Convenient. Coincidental? just a little. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. What a shock. Hmm. Interesting. I wonder why. I'm trying to remember. Oh wait, wasn't it our court date? Yeah, that was the that small little split month. Just that just the thing that happened where value just went somewhere and nobody can know where it went mysteriously. But we don't have any information about it, and so yeah. But we swear we'll report next month. That didn't help at all. And then no, the month after that, it wasn't it like 3 or 4 straight months where it was just I mean, it was a ghost town. You had you heard. Yeah, yeah, and this is all you hear. What? Wait, what was that? What? I hear something. You wanted to know that question. Oh, wait, we can't give that to you. No, 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 no. That's too much. You're not allowed. What? Like, I mean, come on. I mean, this is if you want to know convenient, if you want to see coincidental, just look at the timeline and what we've dealt with throughout this entire period, and everything is just ultra convenient. Like, there's no way that Citadel was looking for anything at UBS and through the First Federal Bank of New York. No, no, no. Oh, what? They're submitting an offer to the bank? Oh, no, no. They're retracting it because they got what they needed, and they're not interested anymore. What? Come on. That was during April of 23. And then a warehouse burned down. And then this happened during the reverse split. And then this happened. And then this happened. And this didn't get reported. And that was, oh my God, it was missing. And most recently, how about the FTDs for December? How about the FTDs for when the country was on hold? We're just going to put the country on hold because we have a problem. Oh, we'll just report that after the year. Don't worry about it. We'll be fine. What? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Hey, what is that object in his hands? Could it be? No. What? I mean, yeah. I made sure that this is as easy to obtain for you guys because, listen, I'm an ape. I want us to win, period. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of playing the game on social media. And so, do you know what? I bring you all the facts. I could be the fact guy. Then that's fine. I don't care. You can like me. You can hate me. It doesn't matter. I can bring you truth. And that's all I want to do. Because honestly, I'm sick of hearing the trust me bros. I'm sick of hearing the, I'm on a hypothetical. I'm on a theory. I'm on this. Okay. Lay it out thick. Tell it to me straight. There's not, I've thought of this already. What if this could happen? That doesn't matter what if. It's what matters is how we can move forward and how we can get to the ultimate goal. And this is actually a perfect time for that because one of my personal goals and one of the things that I wanted to try and do was actually give you the humor. And so I have been, another thing that I've been working my ass off for is this pilot that you're going to see. And hopefully I can get people to watch this because honestly, I think this is honestly be on TV. I really do. So without further ado, time to show you how foolish they think we are. But I give you all the pilot episode of The Hecklers.
Step right up, the circus is in town, where every polished promise gets turned upside down. Joker Ape is laughing while the whole room burns, watching every grifter wait to take their turn. Chaotic Quinn is smiling with a hammer in her hand. She'll tear apart the bullshit they expect us to understand. Crazy angry Matt has finally lost his cool. He's yelling at the liars and he's breaking every rule. Spin the wheel, hide the cash, paint the lie and call it fact. Sell the people empty dreams, then hear the hecklers answer back. We are the hecklers, loud, unfiltered, raising hell. We are the hecklers, and your scam ain't selling well. From the couch into the chaos, we'll expose them one by one. When the powerful start lying, that's when the fucking fun begins. Politicians, market makers, carnival thieves, they shuffle all the money underneath their sleeves. They smile for the cameras while the working people pay, but the hecklers brought the mallets and they're standing in the way. We are the hecklers, three loud voices, one wild show. If there's greed behind the curtain, you can bet we're gonna know. Joker Ape, Chaotic Quinn, crazy angry mad attacks. Welcome to the hecklers, where the bullshit gets whacked.
Joker Ape. I'm really fucking bored.
Me too! We've made fun of Wall Street so much, those dumbasses should be paying us overtime!
Could be worse. I could be trapped on a couch listening to you two bitch about it.
You are.
Exactly. See? Worse.
Are you tired of making fun of Wall Street dumbasses? Has political theater hit an all-time high? Then come on down to the Wall Street and Washington Griftorama, America's bullshit bailout arcade, where every game is rigged and the taxpayer pays the jackpot. Whack a politician, Claw for lower inflation. Try the Market Maker Shell game, where the house steals your wallet before you even play. Admission is free. Bailouts, bullshit fees, and crushing national debt sold separately.
Boss, we gotta go.
Yeah! Finally! An arcade where losing money counts as research!
But why wait? Tonight, I'm bringing you here.
Did he just refer to us?
Welcome to Politico Whack-O-Mole. Whack the lie before the next election. Bonus round.
Then why does one bag of groceries need a payment plan?
Whack.
Grab one basic necessity before the price changes. Too slow. Eggs are now 8 tokens. Congratulations. You won 12 months of increasing payments.
You said that 3 bailouts and 6 broken promises ago!
Wall Street gets the jackpot. Taxpayers get the damn receipt.
My word is my bond.
Get the lie right for once. Rich girls need love too.
The war will be over in 2 weeks.
For who? The people charging us admission to our own bailout?
Hold still, asshole! I need the bonus points!
Tokenization is the greatest non-crime there is.
The carry trade doesn't mean shit.
2 + 2 equals fish.
I'm 0 for 40 on predictions.
They're multiplying faster than campaign promises.
I need a bigger fucking mallet!
Tax cuts, affordable living, accountability.
We care about working families.
And there it is, the first honest statement in this entire damn arcade.
I've never seen a game rob you like that.
That wasn't a game! That was a taxpayer simulator!
Then don't look now. That claw charges you to lose breakfast.
Grab one basic necessity before the price changes.
Joker Ape, go left!
Go right a little bit.
No, Joker Ape, hit the claw!
Matt, you blind. Go right.
How am I supposed to win with you two screaming in my ear?
I put in 5 tokens, and it charged me another 5 for inflation!
The groceries are moving faster than the damn claw.
Grab one basic necessity before the price changes.
Joker Ape, go left!
Go right a little bit.
No, Joker Ape, hit the claw!
Matt, you blind. Go right.
How am I supposed to win with you two screaming in my ear? The prizes get smaller, the prices get bigger, and we still pay for losing. This machine understands the economy perfectly.
Come on. Maybe the stock market shell game only steals our shares.
That claw charged us to lose breakfast. How does that fucking work?
At least it robbed us where we could see it!
Then you're gonna love this next one. Can we beat the market maker?
Pick a cup, any cup.
Step right up for the Market Maker Shell game, where every order gets routed somewhere. One cup contains your shares. The others contain absolutely nothing suspicious. Lit Exchange, Litchi, DP, Kenny's Pocket. We picked the dark pool. Nope. Sorry, you lose. Buffalo Lang for DP. I'm in for DP. No. What is that? Receipts. Oh, I'm sorry. We don't accept receipts here. Lift the damn cup. Sorry, you don't get to see what's under the cup. You lose. Would I lie to you? Don't you trust me? Yeah. That's it! What the fuck? I'm done with this bullshit game of lies! There are everybody's shares. Those are proprietary shares. So the shell game doesn't hide the ball. It hides the entire fucking market. Get back here with our damn shares!
We haven't even played it yet!
Exactly. Suspicious.
Congratulations. You won the cost of everybody else's prize to pay a crazy bill.
How do you get to pay for a prize? That's not a fucking prize!
No refunds. You have a great day.
I got the receipt.
And I got our damn shares. Every game was different, but every scam was the same. The house always wins, and the public always pays.
Ta-da! Yeah! What'd you think, Matt? I was trying. I mean, I tried on that one. That was, I think it was a good pilot episode, don't you think? Oh, I gotcha. That's fine. So, I thought it was perfect. Pilot version. No, that day. I'm pretty sure we did. I mean, it's very, very interesting and convenient. You know, it's just one of those things, you know, it just keeps on going from there. So I'm trying to do this real quick, but the reason why I wanted to make that and what I thought was honestly for that reason specifically is it just shows how colluded everything just seems to be. To me, this is no more, it's not different in any way. It's just one of those things where it's just like, okay, hey, the government's, we're going to help over here and they're going to help over here and they're going to help the banks and then they're going to help this and then it's going to help that. And it's like, why? They made this mess. They put you in this place for the reason. And you're going to go down because of it. It's crazy to me why this is all happening the way it's happening. But it also leads to why I think Dum Dum of the Week is actually important this week, because it is Dum Dum of the Week. So you also get a new song for Dum Dum of the Week. Have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, apes and degenerates, another self-appointed financial genius has brought us a wheelbarrow full of bullshit. The receipts have been checked. The excuses have been rejected. Bring out the fucking paper crown! Dum Dum of the Week. Big ass claims, but the evidence is weak. Dum Dum of the Week. All that confidence still can't show a receipt. He talks real loud, but the facts don't speak. Another new king of the bullshit booty. Dum of the Week. Bring the paper crown. Let the Dum Dum speak. Bring out the fucking receipts. Woo. He came through swinging with a confident grin. Had the whole damn ending before he could begin. No source, no filing, no dates attached, but he swore every piece of the puzzle matched. He took one rumor and stretched it for miles, buried common sense underneath 20 slides. Used a fancy word, then he used it wrong, but repeated it louder, so it must be strong. He drew 3 arrows and circled a name, then called speculation a proven game. Asked for the evidence, he changed the subject. That's when the hecklers yelled, "What the fuck is this?" Dum Dum of the Week. Making bold predictions from the toilet seat. Dum Dum of the Week. A doctorate in talking, but his logic's cheap. He promised the moon by the end of the week. Now Thursday's gone and the story sprung a leak. Dum of the Week. Bring the paper crown. Let the Dum Dum speak. Show us the filing. Show us the source. Show us one fucking fact that supports this. No? Then sit your ass down. He confused what could happen with what surely will, then serve that bullshit like a miracle pill. If this happens and that happens, then maybe we fly. By the end of the thread, it was guaranteed by 5. That's not research, that's a bedtime tale with a rocket on the cover and a logic trail fail. Every missing answer got another excuse. You just don't understand. It's the coward's caboose. Don't question the prophet, don't check what he said. Just clap for the numbers he pulled from his head. But the 8K checks every link in the chain, and your financial fan fiction just missed the damn train. Dum Dum of the Week. Big ass claims, but the evidence is
show a receipt. He built a whole castle from a speculative tweet, then got mad when the facts knocked it into the street. Dumb of the week. Somebody crown this delusional freak. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Where's the filing? Where's the filing? Where's the source? He ain't got shit. Being bullish don't mean you can lie. Don't schedule the squeeze, then move the deadline. Don't promise exhausted people fortune at dawn, then delete your prediction when the morning is gone. We've heard tomorrow, we've heard 2 o'clock. We've watched magic dates fall straight off the clock. Secret whales, hidden codes, somebody knows. Trust me, bro, research in professional clothes. If it's only a theory, then call it a theory. Show what is missing and explain it clearly. But certainty sells, so the fantasy grows, while the dumb dances with no fucking clothes. You don't get the crown for making mistakes. Everybody gets something wrong. You earn the crown when the evidence breaks, and you keep selling bullshit all week long. You earn the crown when somebody asks, can you prove that? And instead of producing the proof, you block them, insult them, move the goalposts, and write another 12-part thread. Dumb of the week. The king of the claim with the foundation of weak. Dumb of the week. Got a mouthful of certainty and no damn receipt. The hecklers investigated, the verdict is complete. Your bullshit got measured and suffered defeat. Dumb of the week. Put the paper crown on the fraud of the week. For reckless certainty, for unsupported claims, for confusing personal fantasies with documented market mechanics, and for having the confidence of an expert with the research habits of a drunk raccoon. Congratulations! You are officially the dumb of the week. No facts, no proof, just bullshit on repeat. Dumb of the week. The hecklers brought the hammer, now accept defeat. Wear that paper crown, take your victory seat. You're the dumb, you're the dumb, you're the dumb, you're the dumb of the week. Bring out the week. No facts, no proof, just bullshit on repeat. Dumb of the week. The hecklers brought the hammer, now accept defeat. Wear that paper crown, take your victory seat. You're the dumb, you're the dumb, you're the dumb, you're the dumb of the week. Bring out the fucking receipts. Ladies and gentlemen, apes and degenerates. Another.
Ta-da! Hope you like that one. That was a new song. So, Matt, I will let you go first.
He's still gonna double down and rat on the company in its current forward-looking idiotic take on a continuation of the same narrative. Cremmy Jimmer, just want to remind you, a bunch of right versus the incredibly massive wrong that you are about to be is an asinine move to double down on. You should have just shut the up and left it alone.
I don't know why that happened, but still, I mean, they're pretty dumb for doing that. That's crazy. That shouldn't happen like that at all. And neither should the whole court case that you're talking about. That's just dumb. Mine is a lot. Yeah, it happened. And I really didn't want to do this when I thought, but I Yeah, I really can't help myself. And hold on, I'm just pulling up my writing real quick.
And one of the biggest ones that everybody remembers Kramer for being wrong about was Bear Stearns will be fine. I'm not pulling my money out of Bear Stearns. I'll put more money in. Bear Stearns isn't going anywhere. Well, this is going to be another one of them moments for Jimmy Kramer where 10 years down the road, people will be playing that narrative clip.
For sure. That's a kind of a given. I don't know why this is taking so long to find it, but yeah, so much fun. Dum-dum. Where is it? Always fun to find. God, I really have to change the titles of these sometimes. Where is it? Excuse me for 1 second here. Is this it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah. So this Dum Dum of the Week, and I'm calling it the block button bailout. Tonight's winner didn't respond to a fact check with facts. He responded with amateur farm ecology, AI slop, 2 contradictory explanations, and finally a block button. Congratulations. Biotech Moose, you didn't just win Dum Dum of the Week, you trampled the competition with your own receipts. This started when he speculated that UBS temporarily held roughly 31 million AMC shares as a hedge against an inherited Credit Suisse short position. He linked the disappearance of that position to UBS crisis resolution plan, clearing the SEC, and declared unwinding equals UBS bankruptcy. That is one hell of a conclusion. So I checked the records. The filings do not establish when those shares were purchased, when they were sold, whether they hedged an inherent short, whether UBS dumped them to affect AMC's price, or whether they were connected to the SEC relief. I never said the theory was impossible. I said he had not proven it. His response: I was triggered. The chart was supposedly a trap. Then he claimed UBS and Credit Suisse had already bought and dumped AMC shares to affect the price twice, presenting as fact what he had just called speculation. When I asked him to identify one factual error and produce one contradictory document, he couldn't. So he reached for the emergency intellectual parachute. Better lay off the devil's lettuce, James. It's affecting your brain. Yes, I smoke weed. Primarily, it's to manage pain because I choose not to take opioids. Now that we've completed his completely irrelevant medical investigation, let's return to the SEC filing he still hasn't refuted. You can drug test the messenger all day. It still won't transform the 13G snapshot into a purchase date, manufacture a sales date, expose the undisclosed short position, or prove price manipulation intent. Then he attacked the work as AI slop. Well, here's the uncomfortable part. AI did not write the contradictory post. He did. We merely placed his own words next to each other. At 9:54 p.m., he wrote, my post was about the recent SEC no action relief on how UBS would handle a potential future bank resolution under Swiss FINMA rules, including debt to equity conversions. 8 hours later, he wrote, my original post focused solely on UBS Credit Suisse buying and dumping AMC shares. It never referenced FINMA bail-in, debt to equity conversions, or recent SEC relief. Funny, that isn't a slight difference in wording. That is the first version grabbing the second version by the throat and body slamming it through the evidence table. The prosecution calls its final witness, Biotech Moose, from the 8 hours earlier. His original post explicitly connected the AMC position to UBS crisis resolution plan, clearing the SEC. I didn't add that connection. It was sitting inside his own post, wearing a neon sign. When the screenshots exposed his contradiction, he attacked AI. When neither erased the receipts, he blocked me. That wasn't winning an argument. That was pulling the fire alarm and running out of the building. For turning speculation into fact, a fact check into a personal attack, and his own precious statements into the strongest evidence against him. Biotech Moose is officially the AMC Ape Cage Dum Dum of the Week. The crown is yours. The screenshots are permanent. And remember, weed wears off, but the receipts don't. Biotech Moose, you are my Dum Dum of the Week. Which now leads to the best. I love this report because honestly, it sheds a light into everything. So without further ado, I give you all, everything is fine. Wall Street just can't. Where did it go? Hold on. There we go. And let me make that bigger so I can read it. Everything is fine. Wall Street just can't show us the receipt. Apparently, Wall Street can tokenize securities, route retail orders through private venues, move collateral around the clock, carry short obligations through, corporate action, and hide the explanation beneath enough acronyms to make it the alphabet soup look organized. But when retail asks one simple question, can you prove who owns what and who still owes what? Suddenly, we are all the problem. That question is why these stories belong together. At first glance, the DTC tokenization, the metamaterials bankruptcy, MMTLP, NextBridge hydrocarbons, and GNS lawsuit, let's not forget us, AMC, unusually, early Monday morning earning call appears to be separate events. One involves blockchain technology. Another one involves court order discovery. Another involves a corporate action that still has unresolved questions. Another alleged order book manipulation. AMC's announcement concerns its financial performance and capital structure. I am not going to tell you that one giant conspiracy automatically connects all of them. A matching chart is not a subpoena. A complaint is not a verdict. A token is not automatically a counterfeit share. And an early earnings call is not Adam Aaron sending retail a secret squeeze invitation. What I am telling you is more important. Each story exposes a different record-keeping junction inside the same financial system. When an ordinary investor buys one share, that ownership depends on a chain of records. Your broker shows the position in your account. A clearing firm or DTC participant maintains another record. The underlying registered security is generally held through Seed and Company. Market makers route or internalize orders. Clearing organizations track settlement obligations. Stock loans, short positions, and failed deliveries create additional obligations that must eventually be satisfied. Now, DTCC is adding tokenized entitlements, registered wallets, and a new collateral channel to that claim. On July 15th, the DTCC moved tokenization into the limit live production. Its demonstrations include tokenized treasuries, equities, ETFs, delivery versus payment transactions, collateral pledges, and repo activity. The DTCC reported that approximately 40 firms participated and said the fully tokenized service remains scheduled for October of 2026. AMC and GME were not publicly identified among the July 15 assets, and participation in DTC working group does not prove that any particular firm conducted a particular transaction. The technology may improve settlement, transfer, and collateral mobility, but it may also preserve some of the same customer level blind spots that already frustrate real investors. The system may be faster, but the question is whether it will be more transparent, or whether the old black box simply learned how to use the blockchain. At the same time, courts are beginning to demand records that retail investors have spent years asking to see. In the metamaterials bankruptcy, the trustee obtained production orders involving FINRA data and market-wide trading information from Citadel, Virtu, and Anson for select trading days. That is not ruling that manipulation occurred. It is ruling that the trustees may obtain evidence capable of testing the theory. The U.S. Bankruptcy Court Metamaterials case page, MMTLP, raises the ledger and settlement question. FINRA says outstanding MMTLP short positions were not extinguished by the corporate action. Firms were expected to adjust them into equal size next bridge short positions. If those obligations still exist, where are they recorded? Who carries them? And what supports them? And that's also on this link of FINRA MMTLP fact. GNS raises an order book question. A newly filed complaint alleges spoofing and related misconduct by Citadel Securities and Virtu America. Those remain allegations, not established findings, but the case points towards the order level records, account algorithms, and transaction-specific losses that would be required to prove or disprove them. Reynolds versus Citadel Securities and Virtu complaint. If MMTLP can expose the ledger, GNS can expose the orders, and the metamaterials trustee can obtain the trading records, those cases may provide different pieces of a much larger evidentiary puzzle. That does not prove a coordinated meme basket. It tells us what would be required to prove one. Then there is AMC. AMC scheduled its second quarter earning call for Monday, July 20th at 7:30 in the morning Central, 1 hour before the market opens and only 20 days after the quarter ended. I'm not bringing that up because I am concerned about AMC. I'm bringing it up because the timing is unusual and deliberate. I believe AMC has been moving through 4 stages, specifically: survive, stabilize, recover, and grow. The early call may simply mean that the quarter closed quickly. It may mean management wants investors to understand AMC's updated position following its recent debt and equity transaction. It could also clear the earnings blackout before another corporate action. Those are possibilities, not promises. Monday morning is a clue, and the earnings release and filing will determine whether that clue has substance. AMC's official earnings announcement, those same filings also reveal why somebody in our own community managed to confuse, 2 separate AMC note tranches, declare that the 566 term disappeared, and congratulate himself for predicting something that did not happen. Well, we will get to Mr. O for 40 here later, but I built the AMC Ape Cage website and evidence locker because these questions cannot be responsibly answered through isolated screenshots, disappearing social media posts, and predictions delivered with more confidence than documentation. You do not have to like me or agree with me, but my facts, sources, and reasoning are on the table. If I'm wrong, bring me the filing, bring the court order, bring the ledger, bring the trade data. I will examine it and correct the record when the evidence requires it. But if your entire argument is an insult, a prediction, or trust me, bro, wearing a finance costume, do not call it research. Throughout this report, we will separate what is confirmed, what is alleged, what remains unproven, which records are needed to settle the question. There will be no manufactured hope, automatic declarations of guilt, or price prediction disguised as due diligence. Just the documents, the connections, and the receipts. The central question is brutally simple. Can Wall Street prove what it sold, borrowed, routed, tokenized, and still owes? To answer that, we must begin with the newest layer of the system, and that is the DTC tokenization, and whether it's giving retail a clearer audit trail or merely teaches the old market plumbing how to move faster. Congratulations, Wall Street. Put the black box on the blockchain. Now show us what's inside. Before anybody starts shouting, oh, that blockchain will expose every synthetic share, or that tokenization will allow Wall Street to manufacture unlimited fake shares, let's slow down and examine what the DTCC designed to prevent, and where the design still leaves retail investors standing outside the vault asking to see the inventory sheet. Tokenization is important, but the word itself is not evidence of fraud or proof of transparency. The technology must be understood before anyone can determine whether it solves, what it leaves untouched, and which records still remain beyond public view. This is one of the most important parts of this report because the DTCC is not an offshore crypto exchange operating from a rented mailbox besides a vape shop. The Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation sits at the center of the American market infrastructure. Its depository subsidiary, DTC, provides custody and asset servicing for securities for more than 150 countries and territories. The DTCC says DTC custodies assets valued at more than $114 trillion. while the DTC subsidiaries processed approximately $4.7 quadrillion in security transaction during 2025. When an institution of that size moves tokenization from a laboratory demonstration into a live production, we are no longer discussing a side project invented by these guys wearing matching blockchain conference hoodies. We are discussing a possible transformation of the machinery that records, transfers, and finances real securities. Here's a link to the DTCC May 2026 tokenization announcement. On July 15th, the DTCC conducted live production transactions using the tokenized DTC custodial asset or custody assets. JP Morgan converted an entitlement involving the Invesco QQQ trust into tokenized form. And DTCC reported additional transactions involving U.S. Treasuries, equities, ETFs, collateral pledges, Treasury repurchases agreements, and delivery versus payment arrangements. JP Morgan also posted tokenized assets to satisfy a central counterparty margin requirement with CME Group. By the end of the event, the DTCC said approximately 40 firms had participated and that the demonstration including Treasury repos, Treasury purchases, and sales, equity purchases and sales, cross-chain transfers, and automatic settlement. The DTCC described the event as a transition from testing into live production, while continuing to identify October's 2026 as the expected launch period for the broader tokenization service. Something real, therefore, happened on July 15th, but that does not mean the complete service launched. Every DTCC or DTC participant joined, or every eligible security was tokenized. AMC and GME were not publicly identified among the assets used during that event. The legal foundation is equally important. The DTC sought no action relief from SEC staff for the preliminary version of its tokenization service. A no action letter is not the SEC stamping approved across every present and future use of tokenization securities. It means the SEC staff stated that it would not recommend enforcement action concerning specified provisions if the DTC operates the preliminary service within the conditions and representations described in the correspondence. The relief is limited, voluntary, and conditioned, and it is intended to operate for 3 years while the DTC and regulators evaluate the system. Wall Street loves turning carefully limited regulatory language into a victory parade. So let us keep the confetti cannon locked until the words mean what they actually mean. The mechanics can be explained without requiring anyone to speak fluent clearinghouse. Imagine that the DTC participants, usually a large broker, bank, custodian, or clearing firm, they have 100,000 eligible shares credited to its traditional DTC account. These are book entry entitlements, meaning the participant interest is recorded electronically on the DTC's centralized ledger instead of being represented by individual paper certificates moving through the mail like it's 1957. The participants decide to tokenize 20,000 of those entitlements and submit what DTC calls a tokenization instruction. The DTC then checks whether the participant is eligible, whether the security qualifies, whether the specific wallet is registered and whether the institution satisfies the DTC compliance and risk controls. If the instruction is accepted, the DTC debits 20,000 shares from the participant's ordinary account and credits the same 20,000 shares to a centralized account called the Digital Omnibus account. That Digital Omnibus account is not supposed to be a magical cloning chamber. It is holding accounts on DTC's traditional centralized ledger containing the securities represented in tokenization form. If 20,000 entitlements leave the participant's ordinary DTC account, the Digital Omnibus account should increase by the same 20,000. The DTCC's software system called Factory then mints tokens representing those 20,000 security entitlements and delivers them to participants' registered wallet. The simplest analogy is a secured coat check. The underlying security is the coat. The Digital Omnibus account is the secured room where the coat remains held, and the token is the authorized claim ticket that can move electronically between approved holders. Creating the claim ticket is not supposed to create another coat. If one coat enters the secured room, only one valid claim ticket should represent it at any particular moment. That analogy explains what tokenization does not do. Tokenizing a DTC entitlement does not change the registered owner of the underlying security. The SEC correspondence states that the securities represented by tokenized entitlements remains registered in the name of Seed and Company, DTC nominee. The participant continues to hold the security entitlement under the existing Article B framework. The token changes the technology DTC uses to record and transfers that entitlement, but it does not remove the underlying security from the DTC. Place the retail investor's name on AMC, corporate shareholder ledger, or transform the wallet holder into a direct registered shareholder. In plain English, the house is still titled the same way. DTC has changed how authorized interests in that house can be recorded and moved. The DTC's primary token level protection is the Digital Omnibus control. Securities credited to the Digital Omnibus account cannot be transferred through the DTC's ordinary centralized ledger. While the corresponding token remains outstanding, if a participant wants to return a token position to the traditional book entry form, DTC burns the token, debits the matching quantity from the Digital Omnibus account, and credits that quantity back to the participant's ordinary DTC account. This control is intended to prevent a participant from transferring the token across a blockchain while simultaneously transferring the same underlying entitlement through the DTC's traditional ledger. The SEC correspondence describes the objective clearly. The DTC would continue to hold one security for each security entitlement. At any specific moment, the system is therefore supposed to maintain a 1-to-1 relationship between the security held in the Digital Omnibus account and the outstanding tokenized entitlement representing it. That is the real safeguard, and it should not be dismissed merely because the system was created by institution retail investors do not automatically trust. It should, however, be tested rather than accepted as a bedtime story. From the same financial industry and occasionally discovers multi-billion-dollar operational errors after everybody has already gone home. The same entitlement can be tokenized, burned, returned to ordinary book entry form, and tokenized again. Gross token minting volume over a day, month, or quarter may therefore exceed the number of unique securities involved. If the same 10,000 share position is tokenized 5 separate times after being burned and returned between each cycle, the system could report 50,000 shares of gross tokenization activity, even though only 10,000 shares were tokenized at any particular moment. Gross minting volume alone therefore does not prove the securities were duplicated. The meaningful test is a point-in-time reconciliation. That reconciliation should be the admission price for the entire service. The balance in the digital omnibus account must equal the outstanding token supply, and the outstanding token supply must equal the sum of the positions records across all registered wallets. If those 3 totals do not match, the system has a token level break. If they do match, DTC has established that its internal token supply reconciles to the securities held in the digital omnibus account. What it has not automatically established is that every retail customer claim appearing on every participant's internal books is properly supported. That is where the story becomes much more interesting. Token movements are monitored through a DTCC settlement called Ledger Scan. Ledger Scan approves blockchains, identifies tokens, transfers, and records which registered wallets hold the tokenized entitlements. The DTCC says that tracking can occur in the near real time. Here is the part that may make blockchain pursuists spit out their coffee. Ledger Scan is an off-chain software system operating in public cloud. The Ledger Scan record constitutes DTC official books and records for tokenized entitlements. The blockchain may provide a transaction history, but DTC official ownership record is not simply whether a random person sees through a public blockchain explorer. The DTC determines which networks, token protocols, and wallets qualify. Ledger Scan interprets activity across the approved blockchains and records the corresponding DTC entitlements. This is not permission decentralized finance. It is regulated, permissioned markets infrastructure using a distributed ledger technology, while DTC retains the authority to determine which token movements have legal meaning inside its system. Nothing says fully decentralized quite like a centralized depository explaining which blockchain counts, which wallets count, and which record is official. But that centralized authority is also part of what preserves the traditional legal protocol or protections attached to the DTC security entitlement. That is the trade-off. The retail investors should understand it instead of automatically worshiping or fearing the word blockchain. The DTC also retains a root wallet on each approved blockchain. The related keys allow the DTC to force convert, transfer, mint, or burn tokens even without the private key associated with the registered wallet holding them. The DTC says this override authority may be necessary to correct erroneous transactions or transfers, replace lost or stolen tokens, process corporate action, and address other conditions requiring reversals. That authority can protect investors and participants from permanent losses caused by stolen keys or technical errors, but it also confirms that the tokens remain reversible and subjected to DTC's continuing control. This system is not built around the crypto slogan, "Code is law." In this system, code is law until the DTC root wallet enters the room wearing a badge and carrying the master keys. Registered wallets are similarly controlled. Only the DTC participants may register wallets, and tokenized entitlements may be transferred only between approved registered wallets. Participants may establish an unlimited number of wallets, including wallets maintained for the benefit of customers, and the participant may allow a customer to possess the relevant wallet keys depending on the agreement between them. The DTC, however, recognizes only the participants as the entitlement holders. According to the correspondence, the relationship between the participants and its customer remains a bilateral matter. That bilateral relationship creates a central customer level audit gap. Suppose a broker registers 10 wallets and say several are maintained for customer DTC, can identify the registered wallets and reconcile their aggregate token positions, but the retail investor's legal and operational relationship still runs through the broker. The DTC does not automatically maintain a public ledger identifying James, Matt, Quinn, and every other beneficial owner standing behind that participant's total position. The participant remains responsible for its customer sub-ledger, contractual promises, and wallet activity. The DTC could therefore reconcile 1 million tokenized entitlements to 1 million securities in a digital omnibus account, while the participant's internal customer ledger still contains duplicate credits, securities, receivables, stock loan claims, pending transfers, or other obligations requiring separate reconciliation. That is why retail cannot stop at the statement that every token is backed 1-to-1. 1-to-1 token backing is necessary, but is not the whole audit. The next question is whether every customer position is supported by the participant custody position or by the documented and enforceable counterparty obligation. A broker may legitimately show more customer side economic claims than the number of issued shares it directly controls, because securities lending and short selling create offsetting obligations. If an investor lends 100 shares and a short seller sell those shares to another purchaser, the ledger retains a contractual right to receive 100 equivalent shares, while the new purchaser owns the delivered shares. Two long-side economic claims may not be associated with 100 issued shares, but one of those claims should be balanced by an identifiable short position and a stock loan obligation. The problem is not automatically that two people possess economic interests associated with the same 100 issued shares. The problem begins when the broker cannot identify the obligation supporting the additional claim, cannot identify the responsible counterparty, or cannot deliver the security or corporate action entitlement that when required. That principle remains true whether the record is maintained on paper, the DTC traditional ledger, a broker internal database, or a blockchain wearing a $4,000 suit. The institution attraction to tokenization becomes clearer when we examine collateral mobility. Under the traditional system, transfers and collateral operations may remain tied to specific settlement windows, operating hours, system and layers of instruction. Tokenized entitlements can move among registered wallets outside normal DTC operating hours. That gives participants, institutions, the ability to move collateral during extended hours, respond to margin calls more quickly, and transfer assets between counterparties without waiting for several intermediaries to process sequential instruction. Idle collateral is expensive for a large institution. A treasury security sitting in the wrong account at the wrong time may be economically valuable, but operationally unavailable for a margin requirement elsewhere. Tokenization can make that asset more mobile by allowing the institution to move the wallet where it is needed, pledge it, use it in financing arrangements, or substitute other collateral more quickly. The DTCC's July 15 production event demonstrated the appeal when JP Morgan posted a tokenized asset to satisfy a margin requirement, with CME Group and other participants demonstrated treasury and equity delivery versus payment transactions. Collateral pledges and repo activity. This is Wall Street's dream. High quality collateral moving more quickly across networks, supporting transactions beyond ordinary settlement hours, and reducing the amount of cash or securities sitting idle while everyone waits for another operational window to open. A repo or purchase agreement is essentially a short-term secured loan. One party transfers a security, often a treasury, to another party in exchange for cash and agrees to repurchase it later at a slightly higher price, with the difference functioning like interest. A reverse repo describes the same arrangement from the cash lender's side. A pledge means that the security is posted as collateral without necessarily transferring economic ownership the same way as an outright sale. A title transfer moves legal title under the party's financing agreement, while securities lending permits one party to lend securities to another for purposes that may include short selling, settlement needs, or market making. A delivery versus payment transaction is designed so that the asset and payment exchange together, reducing the possibility that one party delivers while the other party fails to pay. The SEC correspondence says that participants and their customers may use tokenized entitlements in repos, reverse repos, security lending transactions, pledges, title transfers, and other collateral arrangements. They may transfer tokenized entitlements free of payment or delivery versus payment basis. The important qualification is that the delivery versus payment settlement involving the tokens would occur away from the DTC without DTC processing the related DVP instruction. That qualification deserves a large purple circle around it. The DTC can record a token's movement through ledger scan, while the corresponding payment, financing agreement, or contractual condition is processed somewhere else. The DTC may know that the token moved from wallet A to wallet B without possessing the complete bilateral agreement explaining every payment term, margin requirement, haircut, collateral condition, or an outside claim connected to that movement. This does not make the transaction illegal or unregulated. It means that the complete economic picture may be distributed across the DTC record, blockchain, and external payment system. Congratulations, Wall Street. The black box did not disappear. It became a franchise. The preliminary service includes an important risk limitation that should prevent exaggerated claims against unlimited collateral creation. The DTC will not assign tokenized entitlement collateral value or settlement value when calculating a participant's net debit cap or collateral monitor, both of which are important DTC controls for managing settlement and participant default risk. A participant, therefore, cannot simply tokenize securities and use those tokens to inflate its available DTC collateral or bypass DTC's existing settlement control. Before a security can be tokenized, the participant must be capable of making a free delivery of that security under the DTC's ordinary risk control. The preliminary system is also limited to highly liquid securities, including U.S. Treasury bills, notes and bonds, major index ETFs, and securities that are included in the Russell 1000 at launch or added afterwards under the conditions described in the SEC correspondence. The preliminary tokenization service, therefore, does not replace NSCC clearing or DTC's ordinary settlement risk framework. Its additional financing values arises primarily when external counterparties agree to accept tokenized entitlements in repos, lending arrangements, collateral transactions, or smart contracts outside of DTC's internal settlement calculations. The distinction matters because tokenization is not supposed to print free collateral inside DTC. It is designed to make existing collateral more mobile outside of DTC's traditional operating boundaries. Greater mobility can reduce risk when the firm needs to satisfy a legitimate margin call quickly, but it may also encourage institutions to maintain thinner liquidity buffers because they assume collateral will always remain available and transferable. During stable conditions, faster collateral movement may function as a shock absorber. During severe stress, the same speed could become an amplifier. Margin demands, collateral substitutions, seizures, and liquidations would no longer need to wait politely for the morning crew to finish its coffee. Tokenization does not create leverage, but it makes leveraged positions easier to maintain and faster to unwind. Retail investors could receive meaningful benefits if the service is implemented honestly and transparently. Tokenized entitlements are intended to retain same Article 8 framework, outside ownership rights, investor protections, and corporate entitlements as securities held in traditional DTC form. That distinguishes them from many offshore tokenized stock products that may provide only a contractual claim against an issuer or intermediary rather than regulated DTC securities entitlements. A properly controlled DTC token could provide a cleaner mint and burn trail, faster transfers between participating custodians, extended hours settlement, and more efficient corporate action processing. Dividends, splits, exchanges, and reconciliations could potentially be connected to verified token balances more quickly. Retail customers might eventually receive greater control over wallet maintained for their benefit, subject to their broker's agreement. A token supported by an actual DTC held entitlement is potentially safer than a mystery wrapper issued for a foreign platform where proof of reserve consists of a logo, a promise, and a customer service email that stopped responding 6 months ago. The retail receives those benefits, however, only if the customer layer is included in the audit. The preliminary reporting requirements call for the DTC to provide the SEC staff with a quarterly information concerning participating firms, tokenization volumes, ending tokenized balances, transfer activity, wallet counts, eligible securities, approved and rejected blockchains, system outages, and use of the root wallet. The DTC must also publicly disclose technology standards, approved blockchains, and fees. The correspondence does not promise that the public will receive a daily participant by QSIP reconciliation or a customer level beneficial owner ledger. Regulators may therefore receive aggregate information while retail continues to receive a line item inside a brokerage app and a cheerful fact sheet explaining that everything has been handled by professionals. We have already tried that product. Retail should demand a daily point-in-time reconciliation for every tokenized QSIP, establishing that the digital omnibus balance equals the outstanding token supply and that the token supply equals the sum of all registered wallet positions. Each participant should then reconcile its aggregate wallet and DTC position to its customer subledger. Every difference should be categorized as a document short position, stock loan, securities receivable, payable, fail pending transfer, or corporate action obligation, complete with an identifiable counterparty and expected resolution date. The system should also maintain a searchable audit trail for every mint, burn, forced conversion, erroneous transfer, root wallet reversal, and reconciliation exception. Investors should be able to determine whether an entitlement is encumbered, loaned, pledged, repoed, or subjected to another financing claim. The same entitlement should not support multiple undisclosed locates, borrows, or collateral promises. Issuers should receive notice when their securities become eligible for tokenization and sufficient aggregate information to verify corporate actions. Retail customers should not have to direct disputes process when the quality displayed by the broker cannot reconcile to custody or a documented receivable. Most importantly, the independent examiners should test the entire chain rather than stopping the DTC's token supply. The audit should begin with the number of legally issued securities continued through Seed & Company. And DTC reconcile the digital omnibus account to the tokens, reconcile those tokens to register wallets, and then reconcile every participant's aggregate wallet to its customer level books and extended obligations. Each issued security should correspond to one recognized DTC entitlement, and every entitlement held in tokenized form should correspond to outstanding tokens. Every loan, short, obligation, pledge, repo, delivery failure, dividend and corporate action entitlements should be recorded and assigned to a responsible participant. That is what transparency looks like. A public blockchain addressed with a customer ledger is not transparency. A quarterly aggregate without participant level exception is not transparency. A token backed 1-for-1 at DTC while outstanding contractual claims remain hidden is not complete transparency. Telling retail investors that everything reconciles while refusing to publish the reconciliation is simply trust us with faster software. Tokenization is not automatically the enemy. The technology could improve the market, reduce operational delays, and create a stronger audit trail, but technology does not create honesty. It records whatever authorized parties tell it to record. If every security entitlement token, customer claim, and attached obligation can be independently reconciled, tokenized, or tokenization may become one of the most valuable transparency tools retail investors have ever received. If only institutions can inspect the complete chain. Wall Street has not democratized the market. It has constructed a faster omnibus system and placed the word innovation over the door. The correct retail position is not to reject tokenization automatically. It is to demand the receipts before the system scales. Once the broader service launches, assets may begin moving around the clock while smart contracts shift collateral among wallets and networks. At that point, the question becomes harder rather than easier. Who authorized the token? Which underlying security supports it? Which wallet controls it? Is it pledged, loaned, or committed elsewhere? Which customer owns the economic interest? Which firm owes delivery? Which system records the payment? Who corrects the error? Who receives the dividend? When the blockchain ledger scan, a participant's books, and a customer brokerage statement disagree, which record wins? The DTC answer is that LedgerScan constitutes the official record for tokenized entitlements. Retail answer should be that the official participant level record is only the beginning of the evidence chain. If institutions voluntarily publish complete records, a proper reconciliation can settle many of these questions quickly. When those records remain divided among depositories, regulators, brokers, custodians, clearing organizations, and private counterparties, voluntary explanations eventually reach their limit. That is where the next section begins, because a request to show us the records becomes much more powerful when a court can transform it into a legally enforceable obligation. Congratulations, Wall Street. Trust Us has entered discovery. The court would like the receipts. The previous section ended with retail investors standing outside Wall Street's newly tokenized vault asking to see the records. The section begins when somebody with subpoena power finally walks over, knocks on the door, and explains that proprietary is not always a legally recognized synonym for none of your business. That does not mean Citadel Securities, Virtue America, Anson Funds, or FINRA has been found liable for market manipulation, abusive short selling, spoofing, or anything else merely because a subpoena was served, a motion to quash was denied, or a complaint was filed. Courts are not social media engagement machines. A judge does not issue a liability finding because a chart looks suspicious, a ticker trended for 3 hours, or somebody's typed RICO in capital letters beneath a photograph of Ken Griffin. But something important is happening. For years, the central problem in market manipulation disputes has been that retail investors could see the smoke without gaining access to the wiring. Public data could show unusual short volumes, rapid order cancellations, failure to delivers, off-exchange concentrations, synchronized price movements, and corporate action confusion. What is usually could not show was the complete identity chain behind those events. The account, the customer, desk, algorithm, market participant, identifier, local provider. clearing broker, stock lender, internal message, and position that financially benefited. That information lives behind institutional doors. The Metamaterials bankruptcy proceedings, the new Genius Group class action, and the continuing Northwest biotherapeutics litigation matter because they're testing whether those doors can be opened through legal process. The present victories are not final findings that the machinery was criminal. They are victories over the argument that nobody should be allowed to inspect the machinery. That distinction is less exciting than announcing that's the entire market has already been convicted before lunch, but is considerably more useful. Metamaterials filed a voluntary Chapter 7 bankruptcy petition on August 9th of 2024, ceased operations and terminated its remaining officers and employees. Its directors resigned and control of the bankruptcy estate moved to the court-appointed trustee. Chapter 7 liquidation is not a corporate spa weekend. The trustee's job is to identify the debtor's assets, investigate potential claims, recover value where legally possible, and distribute that value under bankruptcy law. A lawsuit belonging to the company can be an asset just like cash, equipment, intellectual property, or unpaid invoices. The proceedings is in re Metamaterials Inc. case number 24-50792-GS, pending before Judge Gary Spracker in the United States Bankruptcy Court for the District of Nevada. Christina W. Lovato is the Chapter 7 trustee. There's the link for the Metamaterials case. The trustee is using Bankruptcy Rule 2004, one of the broadest investigation tools available in federal litigation. Rule 2004 allows the bankruptcy court to authorize examinations concerning the debtor's acts, property, liabilities, financial condition, and any matter that may affect administration of the estate. It also permits subpoenas, compelling the production of documents and electronically stored information. In ordinary language, the trustee does not necessarily have to file a fully developed manipulation complaint before asking whether potentially valuable claim exists. The investigation can help determine whether there is a claim worth filing. This is important because the trustee is not merely asking for another downloadable spreadsheet containing daily volume totals and a cheerful reminder that markets are complicated. The subpoena disputes involve non-public trading and regulatory data held by entities including FINRA, Citadel Securities, Virtu Americas, and Anson Funds Management. FINRA filed a proceeding in the District of Columbia seeking to squash the subpoenas of obtained protection relief. That document identifies FINRA as the petitioner and trustee Lovato as the respondent. The dispute was ultimately transferred to Nevada so that the bankruptcy court supervising the estate could decide the discovery issues. A separate NASDAQ motion was transferred from the Southern District of New York to the same bankruptcy court under Federal Rule of Civil Procedure 45F. In other words, the procedural tour of Washington and New York eventually returned to dispute the judge responsible for deciding how far Metamaterials estate may investigate. In May of 2026, the bankruptcy court denied effort to block the core production public litigation record, identified a May 19th ruling concerning NASDAQ, and the May 27th ruling denying FINRA's motion to quash the central data request. The court also allowed the production to proceed from Citadel, Virtu, and Anson on a narrow schedule covering 161 trading days selected by the trustee, subjected to strict confidentiality protections and restrictions on how the information may be used. That is a genuine legal development. It means the investigation survived attempts to stop it before the trustee could examine the central records. It means that the court concluded that the sufficiently estate-related purpose exists to permit meaningful discovery. It means the subpoena receipts cannot end inquiry merely by arguing that the subject is too speculative, too confidential, or too complicated to investigate. It does not mean that the court found that Citadel, Virtu, or Anson manipulated MMAT, TRCH, or MMTLP. It does not mean FINRA concealed illegal short positions. It does not mean that the trustee owns every personal claim belonging to every MMTLP or NextBridge investor. Does not mean that the market-wide settlement mandatory short covering or ceremonial delivery of handcuffs has been scheduled for Friday at 2 p.m. A motion to quash asked the court to block or restrict subpoena because it allegedly irrelevant, overbroad, burdensome, privileged, confidential, procedurally deficient, or outside the requesting party's legal authority. Large finance firms file those motions because the requested data can contain customer information, proprietary strategies, trading records, and commercially sensitive systems. Filing the motion is not proof that the filing cabinet contained a smoking gun. Lawyers object to document requests the way normal people object to the surprising dental bill. Automatically, vigorously, and with several paragraphs explaining why somebody else should pay. The significant event is that the court allowed the trustee to look. The trustee legal theory also has an important limitation. A Chapter 7 trustee represents the bankruptcy estate. She does not automatically represent every shareholder who bought or sold stock at an allegedly artificial price. If a retail investor personally lost money in the trade, that investor may own the claim. If Metamaterials sold treasury shares, issued securities, exchanged warrants, or raised capital, while its stock price was allegedly manipulated, the company may have suffered a separate injury, and a claim belonging to the company may have entered the bankruptcy estate. That difference is a bridge between market suspicion and bankruptcy jurisdiction. The trustee must connect the alleged trading conduct to harm suffered by Meta itself. It is not enough to show that the share price declined or that individual investors were angry. She must determine whether identified conduct affected prices used in corporate financing, securities insurance, acquisitions, or other transactions in which Meta exchanged its own property or securities. If Meta sold shares at an artificially depressed price because of unlawful manipulation, the estate might argue that the company received less capital than it otherwise would have received. If the price was not manipulated, if Meta did not transact during the relevant period, or if another cause explained the pricing, the estate theory may fail. This is also why the litigation history surrounding Meta cannot be edited into a simple heroes and villains script. In June of 2024, the SEC entered a settled administrative order against Meta Materials and separately sued former CEO John Berta and, I'm going to botch this name, Georgios Palkaras, I think, concerning an alleged 2021 manipulation scheme tied Palikaris. All right, perfect. Thank you. Concerning a 2021 manipulation scheme tied to an at-the-market offering and anticipated short squeeze. Meta settled without admitting or denying the findings and agreed to a $1 million penalty. Those events do not establish that latter third-party trading was lawful, but they can create defenses and causation questions for the estate claim. The trustee inherits the company's potential claims with their legal complications attached. Bankruptcy does not wash a lawsuit and return it with a new claim smell. The records now pursue matter because they can separate several data categories that are constantly blended together online as though every number wearing the word short reports the same thing. FINRA short interest point in time record of open short positions maintained in customer and proprietary accounts at FINRA member firms. Firms report those positions twice a month. A position that opened and closed between reporting dates may never appear in short interest snapshots. A position remaining open across several reporting dates can appear repeatedly, even though it was created by one original transaction. FINRA Rule 4560 requires firms to record gross short positions in individual customer and proprietary accounts, rather than simply netting every long and short position into a comforting institutional smoothie. Short sale volume measures something different. It counts transaction volume reported as short during a period. A market maker may execute a short sale while filing a customer order and cover the position moments later. That trade can appear in a short sale volume without becoming open short interest at the reporting date. FINRA specifically warns that daily short sale volume and twice monthly short interest are not interchangeable. Apparently, naming two data sets with the word short was sufficient preparation for several years of people placing them beside each other and demanding that subtraction perform a criminal investigation. FINRA's explanation of short interest and short sale volume trade reporting facility data addresses off-exchange transaction in exchange-listed securities. These trades may be executed away from the public exchange but must be reported through FINRA's facility for regulatory and public reporting purposes. Public files generally provide aggregate information or limited transaction details. Regulatory files may contain more identifiable information about the reporting parties, execution times, capacity, and trade characteristics. The trustee needs these data sets together because no single one tells the entire story. Short interest data can show the open position at a reporting date. Transaction data can show when the trades occurred. Order data can show that what was displayed, modified, and canceled before an execution. Clearing record can show whether delivery occurred. Stock loan record can show whether shares were borrowed. Corporate record can show when Meta sold or issued its own shares. Price analysis can then test whether the alleged conduct affected those transactions. This is a forensic accounting applied to market structure. Imagine that investigators find 10 million shares of short sale volume on a particular day. That number does not identify whether 10 million shares remained short at close, whether 1 million shares were traded back and forth 10 times, or whether market makers rapidly covered most of the position. It does not identify the customer's beneficial owner or economic strategy. It does not establish that the sale lacked locates. It does not establish that anything failed to settle. Now imagine that the investigators also obtained the underlying transactions, account records, order markings, stock loan files, and clearing results. They may be able to determine that a particular account sold 2 million shares short, that the order was routed through a particular broker-dealer, that a locate was recorded against a particular inventory source, that the trade failed to settle, that the clearing firm carried the failure for the defined period, and that the associated account held options or swaps benefiting from the price declining. That is no longer an aggregate number. It is an evidentiary chain. The order records must identify when each instruction entered the market, which side it was on, its price and quantity, the venue that received it, every modification, whether it executed and precisely when it was canceled. Milliseconds matter because the alleged conduct often occurs faster than a human being a refresh a brokerage screen, a human being can refresh a brokerage screen. Investigators must then identify the MPID, the market participant identifier associated with the broker-dealer handling the order. But an MPID is only the beginning. A large broker-dealer can route orders for customers, internal trading desk, censored or sponsored access users, and proprietary algorithms under related identifiers. Discovering what Citadel or Virtu handled an order does not automatically establish the firm itself design the underlying strategy. The records must identify the originating account, desk, customer, or algorithm, and whether the broker was acting as principal, agent, market maker, or routing intermediary. Otherwise, the case stops at the building street address and never reaches the room where the order was created. Short sale marking must be examined. Regulations show generally requires orders to be marked long, short, or short exempt. A short marking indicates that the seller does not own the security being sold under the applicable rules. Short exempt means that the order is being treated as exempt from the price test restriction. A long marking represents that the seller owns the security and expects it to be available for delivery. A false marking can conceal the nature of the transaction, but a high number of correctly marked short sales is not inherently unlawful. Short selling is legal when the conduct within the rules and market makers legitimately sell short while supplying liquidity. The question is whether each marking accurately describes the seller's position and whether any claim exception actually applied. Locate records are equally important. Before an ordinary short sale, the executing broker generally must have reasonable grounds to believe shares can be borrowed for delivery and must document that locate. A locate is not the same thing as an actual borrow. It is evidence that the broker believed an identified source could supply the shares. Investigators therefore need to locate source, availability, or available quantity, time of the locate, account relying on it, and later borrowing or delivering. If 5 separate accounts relied on the same 100,000 share inventory, while each claim that 100,000 shares were available, the record must explain whether the source possessed sufficient lendable inventory for all 5 orders or whether the same share were promised more times than they could be delivered. The computer said available is not the magical defense if the inventory behind the computer did not exist. Failures to deliver must then be assigned to the responsible clearing participant and underlining transaction. The SEC explains that fails can arise from short sales, long sales, processing problems, delayed customer deliveries, physical transfer issues, or other failures to receive securities from another party. A fail is therefore evidence of an unresolved delivery obligation, not automatic proof of abusive naked short selling. The powerful evidence would be repeated fail connected to an improperly marked sale, no valid locate or borrow, no applicable market making treatment and no timely closeout. The investigator must also examine what happened after the failure. Was the position purchased or borrowed to satisfy the closeout requirement? Was it shifted to another account? Was a new transaction used to reset the delivery clock? Did the firm impose a pre-borrow requirement when required? Did the obligation pass through a corporate action? A failure that appeared for one settlement date and a properly resolved present a different case from an obligation repeatedly moved, rebooked, or hidden while additional customer claims accumulated. Then comes the positions. A suspicious order pattern becomes substantially more meaningful when the same account holds the economic position that benefits from the resulting price movement. That position may be common stock, traditional short, puts, calls, swaps, contract for difference, convertible securities, warrants, ETF exposure, or another instrument. A trade can appear neutral in one account while carrying the actual economic risk somewhere else. The record must therefore show that the relevant account or affiliated account owned before the event, what they traded during the event, and what they held afterwards. If the firm placed large sell-side orders, canceled them after the price declined, and then purchased shares at the depressed price, that relationship matters. If the orders were routine, quoted, continuously adjusted without a related benefit, that matters too. Finally, investigators need communication and algorithm records, source codes, strategy identifiers, configuration files, testing reports, risk settings, and cancellation rules can show how the trading system was designed to behave. Emails, chats, compliance alerts, and supervisory reports can show the employees knew. If the algorithm produced potentially manipulated patterns, did the firm investigate? Did compliance shut it down? Did somebody change the parameters? Did employees describe the orders as genuine liquidity, hedging activity, or deliberate bait? A chart can show that something happened. Communication can show why. This is why the protective order does not erase the importance of the meta production. Sensitive trading data will not necessarily become a public spreadsheet available for download besides a rocket emoji. Courts routinely limit who can see confidential customer information, proprietary systems, and trading strategies. The trustee, lawyers, experts, and approved professionals may receive access while public disclosure remains restricted. A protective order is not automatically a cover-up. It is a legal fence around sensitive evidence. The real questions are whether the trustee receives enough usable data, whether the experts can analyze it, whether exceptions and inconsistencies can be presented to the court, and whether any resulting complaint identified the responsible party and conduct with particularly. Now place the new Genius Group case besides that investigation. On June 29th of 26th, the plaintiff, Aaron Reynolds, filed a proposed securities class action in the Southern District of Florida against Citadel Securities, LLC, and Virtu America, LLC. The proposed class covers investors who purchased, acquired, sold, or otherwise deposed of Genius Group securities between April 12th, 22 and May 30th of 2025. The complaint asserts claims under sections 10B, 9A, and 9E of the Securities Exchange Act and Rule 10B-5. The allegations are substantial. The complaint alleges that Citadel and Virtu jointly executed between 65 and 85% of GNS's over-the-counter trading during the proposed class period. It identifies at least 1,395,792 alleged baiting order representing 139,579,200 shares. The plaintiffs defined those orders as orders placed as at or better than the best available market price and concealed within 100 milliseconds without execution. The complaint alleges that the pattern appeared on 758 of 760 trading days, with 725,376 identified as buy orders and 670,336 identified as sell orders. Those numbers are eye-catching enough to make financial television host stare dramatically into camera 2. They remain allegations. The 100 millisecond threshold is the plaintiff's analytical definition of suspicious fleeting order. It is not a statute declaring that every order canceled at 99 milliseconds is fraudulent, while the order surviving the 101 milliseconds received a certificate of innocence. Modern market makers constantly modify and cancel orders because prices, inventory, competing quotations, and market conditions change in milliseconds. A rapid cancellation can be legitimate. A million rapid cancellations can be legitimate if they result from genuine quotations being updated across many venues. The decisive issue is not speed by itself, it is intent. Spoofing occurs when the order is placed without a genuine intention to execute and is instead used to create a false appearance of supply and demand. Imagine an auction participant loudly offering to sell 10,000 items, causing other sellers to lower their price, while secretly planning never to complete the sale. Once the price falls, the participant cancels the fake offer and purchases real items more cheaply. The fake order is the pressure, the genuine transaction on the opposite side of the payoff. To prove that theory against Citadel or Virtu, the plaintiff must do more than identify fleeting orders and separate off-exchange activity. public exchange data can be anonymized. The complaint attempts to infer attributions by matching exchange activity with defendants' substantial off-exchange trading and alleged short positioning. Discovery must determine whether the challenged exchange orders actually came from Citadel, Virtu, their proprietary desks, their customers, or unrelated participants. That requires the native order identifiers, MPIDs, account or desk identifiers, algorithm names, venue messages, gateway timestamps, routing instructions, and cancellation reasons. Investigators must match the alleged baiting order to the genuine trade that supposedly benefited. They must determine whether the same account controlled both sides, whether affiliated accounts coordinated the conduct, or whether the apparent relationship appears when the completed records are examined. The complaint also alleges naked short selling and points to failure to deliver. Once again, a failure to deliver is not a judicial confession written by naked short seller who forgot to destroy the evidence. The plaintiff must identify the underlying sale, its marketing, the locate or exception, the delivery obligation, the clearing participant, the reason of the failure, and the closeout treatment. The GNS case must also establish sinister and required wrongful state of mind. A badly timed order, broker algorithm, or negligent control can create suspicious trading without establishing international manipulation. Internal messages, strategy descriptions, repeat behavior after compliance warning, and economic benefit can support the inference of intent. Evidence that the system was designed to provide genuine liquidity and responded consistently to changing market conditions can support the defense. Then the plaintiff must prove the loss. This is where Northwest Biotherapeutics provides a useful courtroom warning label. Northwest Biotherapeutics sued Citadel, Virtu, and several other broker-dealers in December of 22, alleging thousands of spoofing episodes between December 17th and August 22nd. Then WBO alleged that the large sell orders created artificial downward pressure, that defendants purchased shares at depressed prices, and that the sell orders were then canceled. The first amended complaint did not survive intact merely because it described suspicious orders. In February of 24, the court dismissed it with permission to amend because NWBO had not adequately connected the alleged conduct to its claimed loss. The NWBO then filed a second amendment complaint with more specific transactions and pricing allegations. On March 26 of 25, Judge Gregory Woods granted the defendant's second motion to dismiss in part and denied it in part. The court allowed claims tied to 67 transactions covering approximately 22.5 million shares whose prices were linked to closing prices on days when alleged spoofing occurred during the final trading hour. It also allowed claims tied to 27 additional transactions covering approximately 18 million shares whose prices were derived from closing prices on days containing other alleged spoofing episodes. Claims involving more distant sale based on theory of persistent long-term price dispersion were dismissed because the alleged causal connection was insufficient. That order did not find that the defendant spoofed NWBO. It found that NWBO had plausibly pledged enough transaction-specific causation for part of the case to continue. The difference is enormous. A motion to dismiss generally tests whether the legally sufficient claim has been stated when the well-pleaded factual allegations are treated as true for that limited purpose. The judge is not deciding whether witnesses are credible, whether the plaintiff's experts is correct, or whether the alleged algorithm actually belonged to the defendant. Surviving dismissal means that the claim may proceed. It does not mean that the plaintiff proved it. NWBO's experience shows why dates and transactions matter. Saying they manipulated the price for 5 years so every share we sold during that period was damaged asks a court to assume that each alleged event permanently infected the stock price despite company news, financing, dilution, market movements, industry developments, and ordinary trading. Courts demand a closer connection. The plaintiff must show an alleged manipulation event, its price affected, how long that effect reasonably persisted, the transaction executed at the affected price, and the resulting economic difference. If the company's sale price was calculated using the closing price on the same day and an alleged event, the connection may be plausible. If the sale occurred months later, the plaintiff needs a much stronger model explaining why the effect remains and why cause did not supersede it. As of 2026, the NWBO case has moved into fact discovery. NWBO disclosed that one unidentified lesser defendant agreed to be confidential settlement in April 2026 while discovery against the remaining parties continued and no trial date has been set. A settlement does not necessarily include an admission of liability, and a confidential settlement by one defendant does not establish the liability of anyone else. It establishes that the parties resolved that portion of the dispute on agreed terms. The courtroom sequence, therefore, needs to be understood correctly. Filing a complaint means the plaintiff has formally made allegations. The complaint presents one-side theory using information available before discovery. It is not testimony. A verdict is the finding of fact. Surviving a motion to dismiss means the court concluded that some allegations, if later proved, could support a legal claim at that stage. The court generally does not determine whether the allegations are true. Plausibly alleged is not legal Latin for defendant caught red-handed. Obtaining discovery means the plaintiff or trustee can demand relevant proportional evidence through document request, subpoenas, interrogatories, and depositions. Discovery can reveal misconduct. It can also destroy a case by showing that the public pattern was misattributed, that a valid locate existed and another account placed the order, or that the price moved for unrelated reasons. Reaching summary judgment means that the case has advanced to a stage where the court examines evidence rather than merely allegations. A party wins if the admissible record leaves no genuine dispute requiring trial. A case that survived dismissal can still fail at summary judgment when a document do not support the original theory. Reaching trial means witnesses, records, and experts are tested before a judge or jury. Civil liability is established only when the applicable elements are proved under the governing standard. Even then, post-trial motions and appeals may follow. So congratulations, legal internet. There are several steps between complaint, uploaded, and Wall Street convicted. The evidence required at the end is much more specific than the evidence needed at the beginning. A court will want the challenged order, not merely a suspicious candlestick. It will want an account or an algorithm that created the order, not merely a name of a large firm that traded the stock. It will want precise dates, times, venue, price, quantity, MPIDs, routing history, modifications, and cancellations. It will want a long short or short exempt marking. It will want locates, actual borrow, stock lender, delivery, results, and close out records. It will want the position that benefited. It will want communications or system evidence supporting intent. It will want investor or issuer transactions executed at artificial prices. It will want economic models separating the alleged manipulation from dilution, financing, corporate news, market conditions, and legitimate selling. And it will want a calculable loss. Citadel and Virtu appearing in multiple cases is significant enough to justify comparison, but not enough to prove a common scheme. These firms process enormous amounts of market activity. Their presence in MMAT, GNS, NWBO, AMC, GME, or another actively traded security may be entirely expected. The relevant question is whether the same accounts, desks, algorithm, customer locates, providers, or trade patterns appear across cases, and whether the records show the alleged deceptive conduct producing the same type of economic benefit. An MPID appearing twice is not conspiracy. The same proprietary algorithm repeating placing non-bona fide orders across several securities while an affiliated account profits would be very different matter. That is why the metamaterials discovery orders matter so much. They may provide the trustee with records capable of proving misconduct, disproving misconduct, or identifying a narrower and more defensible claim. The GNS complaint supplies detailed allegations that can be tested against account level and order level evidence. The NWBO shows what happens when a court demands the suspicious order be connected to specific transactions and measurable losses. The pressure is real. Citadel, Virtu, Anson, and FINRA are not merely responding to tweets, shareholders, surveys, or requests that they please examine everything whenever convenient. They are responding to subpoenas, production orders, protective orders, and federal litigation carrying enforceable deadlines and consequences. But the present victories are access to evidence victories. No court has ruled in these proceedings that Citadel or Virtu manipulated GNS, MMAT, or NWBO. No bankruptcy discovery order has established that naked short selling caused the company collapse. No production deadline converts a trustee's theory into judgment. No confidential database proves anything until an examined, reconciled, authenticated, and connected to a legally recognized injury. So the reasonable conclusion is not that nothing happened. The reasonable conclusion is that for perhaps the first time, investigators may receive enough of the hidden record to determine what happened without asking the institutions under investigations to grade their own homework. If the records show lawful market making, valid locates, properly marked orders, timely deliveries, legitimate cancellations, and no casual connection to meta transactions, then those records should clear the firms more effectively than another public relations statement ever could. If the records reveal orders placed without genuine execution intent, unsupported short sales, incompatible locates, undisclosed coordination accounts, improper failures, misleading regulatory reports, or position designed to profit from artificial prices, then the inquiry can move from the aggregate suspicion to participant-specific evidence. That is the courtroom real contribution. It replaces everybody knows with identify the account. It replaces look at the chart with produce the order light cycle. It replaces short volume was enormous with show the open position, locate, borrow, and settlement. It replaces retail lost billions with identify the transaction, artificial price, and calculable loss. It replaces trust us with discovery. And that leads directly into the next section. Because once the trustee obtains the trading records, once GNS seeks the account and algorithm data, and once the courts require plaintiff to connect alleged manipulation to actual position and losses, the next question is no longer whether several retail stocks produce similar charts. The question is whether the same firms account algorithms, locates, clearing obligations, and economic positions appearing across the securities investors call the meme basket. If the basket is merely a conspiracy theory, the record should dismantle it. If it is identifiable trading and settlement structure, the record should map it. Either way, the standard remains the same. Match the share, identify the order, name the account, trace the obligation, show who benefited, then prove the loss. That is where the next section begins. The meme basket is just a conspiracy. Great. Then match the shares and show us the orders. The previous section explained why court order discovery matters. This section explains what those records could reveal if somebody finally forced every participant to place its books in the same table. MMTLP, GNS are not the same security, company, or legal case, and neither automatically prove that part of one coordinated meme basket. A matching chart is not a conviction. A suspicious candle is not an identified trading account, and several stocks failing together does not mean Ken Griffin personally leaned against the giant red button marked "Crush the Apes." The real connection is more important than matching charts because MMTLP and GNS approach the same market structure from two different evidentiary directions. MMTLP attacks the ledger and settlement side of the system. It asks how many legitimate securities existed, how many customer claims brokers recorded, which short obligations survived the corporate action, and whether those obligations are being carried today. GNS attacks the order book side. It asks who placed and canceled the challenged orders, which account traded around those cancellations, whether the order created false impressions of supply and demand, and who benefited from the resulting price movement. One case asked Wall Street to show what is still owed after the trades were completed. The other one asked Wall Street to show what it did while the price was being formed. That is why these two evidentiary lanes matter to every AMC ape. If MMTLP can expose unsupported customer entitlements and GNS can expose manipulative order activity, the next question becomes whether the same legal entities, market participant identifiers, trading algorithms, prime broker, clearing firm, locate providers, stock loan claims, or economic positions appear across AMC, GME, MMTLP, or MMAT, and other securities commonly described as part of the meme basket. That connection has not been proved, but for perhaps the first time, we can identify the exact records capable of proving or disproving it. To understand why MMTLP matters, we must return to the part of the story that has become buried beneath 3 years of arguments, screenshots, and people screaming numbers at one another as the loudest calculator automatically wins. MMTLP represented a Series A preferred share issued in connection with the 2021 merger involving Torchlight Energy Resources and Metamaterials. The share were originally unlisted. FINRA says a broker-dealer requested a trading symbol after the executed transaction occurred in FINRA assigned the MMTLP symbol in 2021, so the transaction could be reported electronically. FINRA also says it did not receive Form 211 and that the broker-dealer relied on the unsolicited customer order exception to SEC Rule 15C2-11 when publishing quotations. In plain English, MMTLP did not begin trading because Metamaterials rang a bell and launched its own exchange. It entered the OTC market through a very different process initiated within the broker-dealer system. FINRA, MMTLP, corporate action, fact sheet. The Metamaterials later registered the distribution of NextBridge hydrocarbon shares. Investors with settled MMTLP positions on December 12th, 2022, were entitled to receive the NextBridge share for MMTLP shares. FINRA halted trading on December 9th, deleted the MMTLP symbol on December 13th, and Metamaterials canceled the preferred shares when NextBridge distribution occurred on December 14th. FINRA stated explanation for the halt was settlement uncertainty under the T+2 settlement cycle in effect at the time. A trade executed after December 8th would not ordinarily settled by the December 12th record date. The seller would remain the holder entitled to the NextBridge distribution, while the buyer could end up holding the unsettled claim involving a security that was about to be canceled and removed from DTC eligibility. Any unresolved trades would then have required broker-to-broker handling outside DTC. People can continue debating whether the halt was the best available solution, whether it protected investors, or whether FINRA should have used another approach. That the most important fact for this report, however, comes from FINRA's answer to the different question. What happened to the short positions? FINRA says broker-dealers adjusted outstanding MMTLP short positions into equal size short positions in NextBridge. An account that short 100 MMTLP shares was expected to become short 100 NextBridge shares. FINRA specifically states that the corporate action did not compel those positions to close and did not extinguish the obligations associated with them. That is not a social media theory. It is FINRA's own description. The MMTLP shares were canceled, but the associated short obligations were not supposed to disappear. A corporate action is not a debt forgiveness ceremony for short sellers. If somebody borrowed 100 MMTLP shares and sold them to a buyer, the buyer becomes entitled to the next bridge distribution, while the lender retained the contractual right to receive the equivalent property. When MMTLP converted into Next Bridge, the borrower's obligation had to be adjusted to reflect what the lender would have received. The trading symbol disappeared, but the obligation did not, because the ticker is a label and the obligation is a liability. Apparently, Wall Street can remember every penny of interest in retail investors owes on margin, but may require 3 years, several lawsuits, and an archaeological expedition to explain where the convertible short obligation is being carried. The existence of surviving Next Bridge short obligation is not. It's by itself proof of naked short selling or fraud. A properly borrowed share can create a legitimate short position if a loan, borrower, lender, collateral, settlement, and resulting corporate action liability are accurately recorded. The system may contain more economic claims than issued shares while remaining mathematically balanced. Suppose investor A owns 100 shares, lends them through a broker. A short seller borrows the shares, sells them to investor B. Investor B now owns 100 delivered shares, while investor A retains a contractual right to receive 100 equivalent shares from the borrower. There are now two alongside economic claims connected to 100 issue shares. But there is also a corresponding short and stock loan obligation for 100 shares. That obligation is the balancing entity. The serious problem begins when a broker shows an additional customer claim but cannot identify the borrowed shares. Short positions, failed delivery, securities receivable, contractual counterparty, or enforceable obligation supporting it. The relevant equation is not simply the customer shares must be equal the issued shares. The complete equation is that the gross customer long claim must equal registered or custody shares plus fully documented short stock loan, failed to corporate action receivables. If those numbers reconcile, the chain may be complicated, but it is balanced. If a broker has 1 million NextBridge shares credited across customer accounts, controls 900,000 registered or custody shares, and can document another 100,000 shares receivable from identified short sellers or counterparties, the broker can explain the difference. If it controls 900,000 shares and can document only 70,000 shares of valid receivables, then 30,000 customer shares remain unsupported. That unexplained residual, not an angry post, a holder's survey, or a suspicious placeholder, is the evidentiary break. NextBridge alleged that such an imbalance remains. Its July 13th release says the company has requested a meeting with senior SEC officials 6 times to discuss the MMTLP halt and its continuing shareholder ledger concerns, and that those requests have gone unanswered. The company says it cooperated with the SEC staff, responded to comments, and amended 2 years of periodic reports while the central shareholder issue remains unresolved. That is a serious allegation from the issuer. A senior regulator should address it. However, 6 unanswered meetings requests do not independently prove an imbalance ledger, regulatory complicity, or counterfeit shares. Silence may be frustrating, arrogant, and institutionally tone deaf, but it does not make a mathematical reconciliation. NextBridge is still needs to define the alleged imbalance precisely. A transfer agent registered shareholder ledger should equal the number of legally issued and outstanding shares. Inquinity record registered owners, certificates, and direct registration positions, but it does not automatically see every retail investor whose shares are held in street name through broker, custodian, or clearing participant. Your brokerage app may say you own 1,000 shares, while the transfer agent sees one large registered position in the name of your broker, its custodian, or another nominee. Behind the bulk register positions, the broker maintains its own customer level sub-ledger, identifying how many shares belong to each customer. This creates several separate record-keeping layers. The issue knows how many shares it legally issued. Inquinity knows the register positions. A custodian knows what it holds for participating brokers. Each broker knows what it shows in customer accounts. Stock loans desk knows what was borrowed and lent. Clearing firms know the settlement obligations. Market makers know their trading inventory. The prime brokers know the positions they financed. The problem is that no single public record automatically combines all of those layers. Everybody can claim that the individual piece balance while refusing to show whether the pieces balance together. That is the heart of the MMTLP question. NextBridge must also account for every legitimate share it issued after the original 2022 distribution. FINRA says that the original distribution involved 165,523,363 NextBridge shares. NextBridge June 24, 2026 prospectus supplement reported 264,637,564 shares outstanding before the newly declared stock dividend. That represents an increase of 99,114,201 shares over the original distribution. Those additional shares cannot simply be labeled synthetic. NextBridge must reconstruct every authorized issuance between December 22nd and July 2026, including the dates, recipients, considerations, certificates, or direct registered entry, transfer history, restrictions, and any later movement into broker or custodian accounts. Otherwise, a supposedly forensic count could classify valid later issued shares as counterfeits, which would be the financial research equivalent of accusing a cashier of stealing because you forgot that you bought groceries. The June filing adds another important variable. NextBridge registered an offering of up to 40 million additional shares to selected accredited investors. The company states that it had 264,637,564 shares outstanding on June 24th. If none of the 40 million offering shares were issued before July 8th dividend, record date, the 1/4/30 dividend would increase the outstanding count to approximately 273,458,816 shares. If all 40 million were issued before the record date, the company estimate approximately 314,792,150 shares after the dividend. The exact July 8th control total therefore matters. An audit cannot rely only on the original 165.5 million shares. The June 24 count, or the maximum offering scenario, it needs the actual number of legally issued shares eligible for the dividend at close of business on the recorded date. NextBridge, June 24th, prospectus supplement. That brings us to the most important new MMTLP development. On June 23, NextBridge board declared a stock dividend of 1 additional common share for every 30 shares held. Including fractional shares were applicable. The record date was July 8th, and the dividend is scheduled to be issued on July 22nd. As of July 16th, the distribution date has not arrived, so no one can truthfully claim that the July 22nd dividend has already failed. What we can say is that the corporate action creates a new and unusually clean reconciliation test. Every broker had to determine how many eligible NextBridge shares were reflected in customer accounts at the close of business on July 8th. Every register holder or custodian should receive the corresponding dividend from Inquinity on July 22nd. Any difference between the broker customer entitlements and the registered or control or custody position must be explained through identified stock loan, stock obligation, securities receivable, or other documented corporate action liabilities. Suppose a broker shows 3 million eligible NextBridge shares across customer accounts on July 8th. The customer would collectively expect 100,000 dividend shares. If a broker or its custodian held all 3 million shares in registered form, it should receive 100,000 shares from the transfer agent. If it held only 2.7 million registered shares and the remaining 300,000 customer claims arose from the document stock loan or short position, the transfer agent would issue 90,000 dividend shares on the registered position, and the remaining 10,000 share customer entitlement would have to be supported by a manufactured dividend obligation or another document receivable from a responsible borrower or counterparty. A manufactured dividend is not the issuer secret printing additional stock. It is a contractual obligation created when securities have been lent or sold short. The person holding the delivered shares receives an issuer distribution, while the lender remains economically entitled to equivalent property from the borrower. The broker record what the borrower owes to the lender can receive the economic benefit of the dividend. The arrangement can be legitimate, but it must be recorded. The broker should be able to identify the loan agreement, borrower, quantity, collateral, dividend adjustment, responsible counterparty, and settlement status. We place a new line item in your account and hope nobody asks who owes it. Is not a reconciliation method. It is a placeholder wearing a necktie. If a broker credited 100,000 dividend shares to a customer but receives only 90,000 shares on its registered position, it must identify exactly who owes the remaining 10,000. If it cannot identify the obligator or obligor, produce a short stock loan agreement or establish a valid receivable, the dividend exposes an unsupported deficit. This is why the July dividend may be more useful than another broad shareholder survey. A survey asks investors to report what their screen shows. The dividend forces the broker to process a specific entitlement on a specific record date using a specific ratio tied to a legally controlled number of issued shares. The decisive audit must compare equities, registered ledger, each custodian or nominee register position, each broker aggregate custody position, the total eligible customer entitlements on the broker books, and every documented stock loan, fail, or manufactured dividend obligation bridging any difference. Investigators need broker records for at least December 8th, December 12th, December 14th, 2022, followed by July 8th and July 22nd, 2026. Those records must include settled long positions, unsettled purchases and sales, customer and proprietary shorts, shares loaned and borrowed, securities receivable and payable, failed deliveries and failed receipt, control locations, custodian identities, direct registration positions, certificate numbers, internal security identifiers, manual journal entries, positions, corrections, and every adjustment covering MNTLP into next bridge. The July record must show each customer's eligible position, how the 1 for 30 entitlement was calculated, how fractional shares were handled, how many dividend shares and brokers received, how many accredited, what positions was supported by manufactured dividend receivables, and which counterparty owed each receivables. Equinity must provide the registered shareholder control totals, bulk certificates, direct registration balances, every valid post 2022 issuance, and on July dividend allocations. Custodians must show which broker position sat behind the registered nominee. DTC and SCC must produce the participant level records they maintained before MMTLP. Last DTC eligibility includes seat and company position, participate allocations, settlement obligations, withdrawals, exceptions, and the broker-to-broker obligation that had to be handled outside of the DTC. The market maker and broker involved in MMTLP trading must also provide the order and execution records identifying who created the position. That includes complete order life cycle, executing MMPID, customer or proprietary capacity, long, short exempt markings, locate records, actual borrow, market making, inventory, settlement activity, failure to deliver, close out, and the corporate action entity that converted each remaining MMTLP liability into next bridge. The consolidated audit trail is designed to track orders through their life cycle and identify the broker-dealers handling them. But CAT is not a public retail dashboard where we can type MMTLP and watch the villains appear wearing cartoon masks. Regulators and authorized investigators must use order identifiers, timestamps, routing events, modification, cancellation, and execution to trace activity through the participating firms. The cleanest MMTLP evidentiary chain would connect the identified execution to its MPID, trading capacity, order making, then connect that information to the supporting locate or inventory. Settlement result, unresolved fail, next bridge adjustment and treatment, the same obligation during the July 26th dividend. If that chain breaks at the specific firm, the case stops being retail obligation, retail thinks the numbers look strained and becomes firm X carried the unsupported obligation of Y shares from the execution through this corporate action and could not deliver the resulting dividend. That's how an allegation becomes evidence. Public short volume data cannot complete that chain. FINRA reported 7,413,679 shares of MMTLP short sale volume for trades settling between November 16th and November 30th of 22, while reported short interest on November 30th was 4,658,068 shares. Those figures measure different things. Short sale volume counts transactions marked short during a period, while short interest is a point-in-time snapshot of open short positions. The market maker can execute a short sale to facilitate a customer order and cover it quickly, causing the transaction to appear in short volume without remaining in reported short interest. Likewise, a failure to deliver does not automatically prove an abusive naked short. The SEC explains that the fails can result from short sales, long sales, proceeding delays, physical transfer problems, or failure to receive shares from another participant. Regulation show requires that order making documented locates and applicable circumstances and closeout of delivery failures, but it also provides a limited treatment for bona fide market making. That does not make fails meaningless. It means investigators must identify their source, age, responsible participant, closeout treatment, and connection to the underlying trade. A persistent fail combined with the false order market making, no valid locates, no bona fide exceptions, and no required closeout would be powerful evidence. An aggregate fail number standing alone is not. FINRA also says that MMTLP historical appearance on the OTC threshold list resulted from the coding error because the system incorrectly treated MMTLP as a non-reporting security under FINRA's separate standards. FINRA says that MMTLP did not answer every MMTLP question, but it means the erroneous threshold list appearance cannot honestly be presented as standalone proof of legal naked shorting. This is where evidence discipline separates serious research from content framing or farming. We do not discard inconvenient facts. We use them to narrow the question until the remaining discrepancy cannot escape through another definition. MMTLP's strongest path is not proving that every reported short sale was illegal. Its strongest path is proving one or more named participants cannot reconcile customer claims to registered shares and documented obligations. The July dividend can identify the deficient, while CAT, trading reporting, stock loan, custody, and corporate action records can identify who created or carried it. GNS approaches the same market plumbing from the opposite end. So June 29, 2026, plaintiff Aaron Reynolds filed a proposed securities class action against Citadel Securities LLC and Virtu America LLC on behalf of the investors who traded Genius Group securities between April 12th of 22 and May 30th of 25. The complaint alleges that the defendant used spoofing, off-exchange short activity, and related conduct to create false impressions of supply and demand and volatility in GNS. These remain allegations. The complaint is not a verdict, and Citadel and Virtu have not been found liable in this case merely because their names appear on the page. The filing nevertheless matters because it presents a detailed and testable theory. The complaint alleges that Citadel and Virtu jointly executed between 65 to 85% of GNS's over-the-counter trading during the proposed class period. It claims that at least 1,395,792 orders representing at least 139,579,200 shares were placed at or better than the best available market price and canceled within 100 milliseconds without executing. It further alleges that the pattern appeared on 758 of 760 trading days of those alleged fleeting orders, and the complaint identifies 725,376 as buy orders and 670,336 as sell orders. Those are striking numbers, but they remain the plaintiff's numbers, classifications, and interpretations. They have not been tested through the adversarial discovery expert testimony, cross-examination, or judicial finding. Spoofing is the easiest to understand as it is as a dishonest auction tactic. Imagine somebody entering a massive sell order, not because the person intends to sell, but because the goal is to make everyone else believe that the flood of supply is about to hit. Other participants react by lowering their bid or selling. Once the price moves down, the manipulator cancels the fake order and buys real shares at the lower price or benefits from the existing short position. The fake order is the bait, while the genuine trade is on the other side, creates the profit. Canceling an order quickly is not automatically spoofing. Modern market makers constantly update and cancel quotations as prices, inventory, risk, competitive market data change. A legitimate order can disappear in milliseconds because the market moved, another venue updated, or quoting firm no longer wanted the exposure. Excuse me. The legal and factual question is intent. Investigators must determine whether the trader intended to execute the order when it was entered, or whether the order was designed to deceive other participants and move the market. They must determine whether the algorithm repeatedly placed oversized or layered baiting orders, canceled them after the price reached, and executed genuine trades on the opposite side. They must identify whether the same account or the affiliated account benefited, whether the behavior was inconsistent or ordinary market making, and whether internal communication code, strategy names, or risk reports reveal the purpose. Public market data can identify suspicious patterns, but discovery must identify the actor, account, the algorithm, and motive. For GNS, investigators need to complete CAT lifecycle for every challenged order. Exchange native order identifiers, gateway timestamps, routing instructions, modification cancellations, and execution. They need each MPID and any sub-identifiers used by trading desk. They must determine whether the order originated from the customer's proprietary account, internalizer, sponsored access customer or algorithm operating through a broker market access. They also need an off-exchange transaction report showing each execution time, price, quantity, capacity, and counterparty. If a large cluster of apparent self-side baiting orders was canceled while the same firm, desk, or associate account executed real purchases at lower prices or established a profitable short position before the decline, that relationship would matter far more than the cancellation count alone. The algorithm must be examined, including their source code, configuration settings, order size logic, conciliation or cancellation triggers, venue selection rules, and strategy identifiers. Internal messages and compliance alerts must show whether employee recognized unusual cancellation rates, layering, one-side quoting on concentrated short activity. Supervisory records must show whether the firm investigated the correction and corrected the behavior. The trading records must then match the positions. A court needs to know what Citadel, Virtu, and customers or their customers or connected accounts held before, during, and after alleged spoofing event. That includes common shares, options, swaps, contracts, or for difference where applicable, ETF exposure, securities, loans, and other positions capable of benefiting from price movement. G&S complaint also alleges naked short selling and points to failure to deliver during a certain period. But once again, a fail is not automatically proof of a legal naked short. The evidence must identify whether the underlying sale was long or short, whether the order was marked correctly, whether the locate was required, whether the valid locate existed, whether the bona fide market making exception applied, whether shares were actually borrowed, why delivery failed, and whether the clearing participant completed the required closeout. If a trade was marked long without supporting ownership, marked short exempt without valid basis, routed through an improper market-making exception supported by a recycled or unavailable locate, and then allowed to fail without the required closeout, the evidence would show more than elevated short volume. It would establish a participant-specific compliance chain. The plaintiff must also prove price impact and investor loss. It is not enough to show that the suspicious orders appeared and that the stock later declined. GNS price would move because of company news, financing, dilution, market conditions, sector performance, volatility, or legitimate selling. Expert analysis must separate the alleged manipulation from those competing causes. For each challenged episode, the plaintiff needs to establish when the baiting order appeared, how visible supply and demand changed, how the market participants reached or reacted, how the national best bid and offer moved, which genuine trade executed at the affected price, who benefited, and how much the plaintiff or other class member lost because they traded on this distorted market. The transaction-specific connection is what turns a suspicious pattern into a compensable securities claim. The GNS complaint must still survive the normal litigation process. Defendants can challenge the legal sufficiency of the allegation, attribution, manipulative intent, reliance, loss, causation, proposed class, and damaged models. If the case survives dismissal, discovery may provide the necessary account and algorithm records. Experts will then argue over whether the identified activity was manipulation or legitimate high-speed market making. Summary judgment or a trial would determine whether enough admissible evidence exists to impose liability. Filing a complaint opens the argument. It does not finish it. This brings us to the meme basket question. A basket can exist without anyone committing a crime. Market makers trade many securities, prime brokers finance many funds, and ETFs can hold several retail popular stocks. Quantitative strategies may group volatile companies based on liquidity, momentum, short interest, or other characteristics. Dealers may also hedge options or swap exposure across correlated securities. That lawful activity can cause several stocks to move together. Finding Citadel, Virtu, and another large market maker is more than one security is therefore not enough. These firms trade enormous positions in the U.S. equities market, so their appearance in AMC, GME, GNS, and MMTAT records would be expected. The real evidentiary question is whether the same firm engaged in the same questionable conduct through the same identifiable strategies across those securities. Investigators would need to find matching MPIDs, accounts, desks, or algorithm identifiers. They would need synchronized ordered patterns and that cannot reasonably be explained by common market conditions. They would have to show that the same algorithms placed and canceled baiting orders across several securities while connected accounts executed genuine trades or carried positions that benefited from the resulting price movement. They would need to identify the same prime brokers, locate providers, stock lenders, or clearing participants repeatedly supporting the relevant short positions. If the same supposedly available shares were used to support multiple incompatible locates, or the provider represented the shares were available when the inventory records showed otherwise, that would be significant. Investigators would also have to trace connected option swaps, ETF positions, and participants may appear neutral in common stocks while holding an economically significant position through puts, calls, total return swaps, baskets, and ETF hedges. Those positions are not inherently improper, but they can reveal economic motive and benefit. The evidence would also need to connect matching fails and corporate action obligations. If the participants' questionable order activity creates a settlement deficient in one security and the same participant repeatedly carried unresolved obligation through splits, dividends, conversions, spin-offs, or other securities, the pattern would become more difficult to dismiss as an isolated operational error. Most importantly, investigators would need to communication showing knowledge or coordination, email chats, record calls, risk reporting, trading desk messages, algorithm development notes, and prime broker communications could reveal whether separate securities were intentionally managed as one strategy. Without that evidence, correlation remains correlation. With it, the basket could become an identified trading program. The strongest possible trade would show the same legal entity or connected group using the same strategy across multiple securities, employing the same order patterns, benefiting through connected shorts, opinion or options, swaps, or ETF positions, relying on the same financing and stock loan channels, creating matching settlement or corporate action obligations and causing identifiable losses to investors and trades at these artificial prices. That would be the difference between saying AMC and GME charts look similar, employing that account X operating through MPID Y and algorithm Z manipulated both securities to benefit position A. One is a social media observation, the other is evidence. MMTLP could provide the ledger side break by identifying the broker or clearing participant unable to reconcile customer claims, registered shares, and surviving next bridge obligations. GNS could provide the order side breaking the identifying an account and algorithm that placed deceptive orders while related positions benefited from the resulting price movement. The metamaterials bankruptcy discovery described in the previous section could help bridge those lanes by forcing the production of trading records held by FINRA and major market participants. However, no one should pre-write what those records will show. If the records clear the firms, we report that. If they reveal misconduct, we follow the evidence through every account, counterparty, and security it touches. That is what unlocking the meme basket should mean. It does not mean MMTLP automatically forces every short seller in AMC and GME to cover. It does not mean that GNS complaint automatically causes the market-wide squeeze, and it does not mean one favorable discovery order proves years of coordinated manipulation. It means these investigations may expose the record formats, counterparties, MPIDs, algorithms, custody chains, and settlement obligations needed to test the broader theory. If MMTLP ledger reconciles completely, that weakens claims of unsupported positions. If GNS order reflects legitimate quoting and cannot be connected to manipulative intent or investor losses, that weakens the spoofing claim. Evidence discipline requires accepting both possibilities. However, if brokers cannot reconcile the July next bridge dividend, which is next week, unexplained customer deficient remains after every valid issuance and documented loan is counted. CAT identifies the firms that created those positions. GNS discovers identified manipulative algorithms, and the same participant strategies and economic exposure appears in AMC, GME, and other retail-heavy securities. Then the meme basket stops being a theory constructed from matching candles. It becomes a documented trail. That's the standard that retail should demand. No blind talk, no blind faith, no automatic guilt, and no influence announcing that the entire market has been exposed because 3 lines on a chart crossed at 2:17 in the afternoon. Match the issued shares to the registered ledger and every broker customer position. Identify every loan, short, fail, and manufactured dividend. Name every relevant MPID. Trace every challenged order and identify the algorithms and accounts involved. Connect the conduct to the position that benefited, and then prove the price impacted the investor loss. If Wall Street did nothing wrong, these records should be its best defense. If the firms cannot produce the records, cannot reconcile them, or discover that the same unsupported obligations were dragged through multiple securities and corporate actions, then the problem is no longer that retail investors asked too many questions. The problem is that the receipts do not match the register. That leads directly to AMC. While MMTLP tests the remained owned or owed after a corporate action and GNS tests how orders may have shaped the stock price, AMC is preparing to place its updated financial condition and capital structure in front of the market at an unusually deliberate time. Monday morning, only 20 days after a quarter close and 1 hour before regular trading hours. That timing does not guarantee a dividend merger refinancing squeeze, but after examining who may owe what across the market, the next step is to examine what AMC itself is preparing to tell us and why. Mr. O for 40 managed to cancel the wrong notes before the company even opened the evidence locker. And TLP holder, hopefully one day we get paid 5,500 shares sitting. Don't be crying. You're fine. You're in a good spot. I can promise you that. Nothing to see here. Just moved earnings before the bell. So, that's the wrong one. Where is that? Just moved the earnings before the bell, while Mr. O for 40 canceled the wrong notes. The previous section examined MMTLP can expose what the ledger, whether GNS can expose the order, and whether the records could eventually connect the so-called meme basket through identifiable firms, accounts, algorithms, settlement obligations. Now, the investigation reaches AMC itself, not through another chart, another rumor, or another influencer announcing that something huge is coming for the 40th first time, but through a company's own financial statement, capital transactions, and unusually early morning schedule. I am bringing up Monday morning because I am concerned about AMC, but I am bringing it up because AMC has chosen to report its second quarter results at a time that deserves attention. AMC announced it will report results of a quarter end June 30th, 2026 on Monday, July 20th. The webcast begins at 7:30 a.m. Central Time or 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, exactly 1 hour before the regular stock market opens. The report arrives only 20 calendar days after the quarter ended, and AMC gave the market only 5 days notice between July 15th and the scheduled call. And that's on AMC's official website, Q2 2026 earnings announcement. That is not AMC recent normal pattern. For the first quarter of 2026, AMC reported on May 5th, 35 days after March 31st quarter end, and held its webcast 4 p.m. Central after the market closed. For the second quarter of 2025, AMC reported August 11th, 42 days after the quarter end, again 4 p.m. Central after the closing bell. This year's second quarter reporting, therefore, arrived 22 days earlier than the comparable 2025 reports, with a webcast moved from after market hours to the morning before regular trading begins. AMC Q1 2026 announcement, AMC Q2 25 announcement. Apparently, clocks are now conspiracy theories too, so let us be painfully precise. An early earnings call does not automatically mean the results will be good. A pre-market webcast does not prove that Adam Aron is about to announce a dividend, merger, acquisition, refinancing, share recall, or ceremonial launch of short sellers into the sun. Companies choose earning dates for many ordinary reasons, including when their accounting works is complete, whether executives and directors are available, and when management believes it can communicate most effectively with the market. But timing is still information. AMC is a multinational theater operator with hundreds of locations, thousands of screens, and operations across multiple countries. It accounts must be consolidated ticket sales, food and beverage revenue, rent, film exhibition costs, payroll, loyalty programs, foreign obligations, lease obligations, debt instruments, derivative liabilities, and corporate transactions. Finishing that process and placing results before the market only 20 days after quarter ends is operationally notable, even if the explanation ultimately turns out to be as simple as the numbers were ready. The pre-market schedule also changes the way the information reaches investors. When a company reports after the closing bell analysis and institutions have the evening to review the release, listen to the call, and adjust their models before the next regular session. When AMC reports at 7:30 in the morning Central Time, the company has 1 hour to present the results, explain the balance sheet, and answer questions before regular trading begins. Management knows that, and markets will move from conference call to opening bell with very little time for anybody to turn a 10Q into a 12-part YouTube prophecy. That can create volatility, but it can also give management an opportunity to place AMC's entire updated narrative in front of the public before Monday's first regular session trade. Why might AMC want to do that? Well, the most ordinary explanation is that the accounting close was completed early and management saw no reason to wait. Another reasonable possibility is that AMC wants the market to evaluate its operating recovery alongside the company's recent debt and equity transactions rather than relying on stale share counts and outdated debt tables. Publishing results can also remove one category of material non-public information that may help clear the internal earnings-related blackout period. Although that does not automatically poses other material non-public information remains subject to lender restrictions or decided to do absolutely nothing afterwards. Those are possibilities, not promises. The reasonable position is not to pretend the timing means nothing. The responsible position is also not to turn Monday morning into a guaranteed catalyst because somebody drew a rocket besides a calendar. The timing is a clue. The earning release management commentary footnotes and subsequent SEC filing will determine whether the clue has substance. I believe AMC's longer journey can be understood through 4 stages: survive, stabilize, recover, grow. Those stages overlap, and AMC is not magically finished with one merely because management has begun working on the next. The company survived the intermediate existential threat created by the pandemic and prolonged disruption to theater films releases. It stabilized itself through debt restructuring, equity sales, maturity extensions, theater negotiations, and repeated efforts to preserve liquidity. It is attempting to recover as the theatrical slate improves and attendance returns. It also is investing in growth initiatives, premium formats, theater upgrades, loyalty programs, retail product, and higher value customer experiences. The word survive does not mean debt-free. The word recovering does not mean profitable in every quarter. The word growing does not mean that every share issuance was painless. Corporate recovery is not a motivational poster where the company climbs 4 stairs and rings a bell. It is a financial process in which progress, setbacks, dilution, refinancing, operating improvement, and interest expense can all exist at the same time. AMC first quarter results provided a baseline that Monday must improve upon for the quarter ended March 31st, 2026. AMC reported revenue at approximately $1.045 billion compared with approximately $862.5 million in the first quarter of 25, an increase of about 21.2%. Its operating loss narrowed from approximately $145.9 million to $45.7 million, while the net loss narrowed from approximately $202.1 million to $117.1 million. Those are meaningful improvements, but a $117.1 million quarterly net loss is still a loss. We do not cure it by placing the word bullish over a minus sign. After AMC's first quarter filing also showed real investment in theater business. As of March 31st, AMC operated 852 theaters and 9,607 screens. Its IMAX locations increased to 224 to 217 a year earlier. Dolby Cinema locations increased to 181 from 174. And AMC's in-house premium large format locations increased from 154 from 138. Premium seating was available in 457 theaters, up from 449. AMC also reported approximately 39.4 million U.S. loyalty member households, with AMC stub members representing 51.5% of U.S. attendance during that quarter. Those numbers matter because AMC recovery cannot be evaluated solely by counting movie tickets. Management is attempting to make each visit more valuable by selling premium seats, premium format tickets, enhanced food and beverages, loyalty benefits, and other experiences that cannot be reproduced by watching a movie on a telephone while pretending 6-inch screen is basically the same thing. Monday's report needs to show whether those investments are translating into stronger attendance, higher per patron spending, and better theater level economics. Revenue will receive the largest headline because revenue is easy to understand. More revenue generally means more tickets, more concessions, or both. But revenue by itself will not answer the important question. AMC pays film rental costs to studios, operates expensive physical locations, employs thousands of people, and carries a large debt and lease structure. A company can generate impressive revenue while still consuming cash if its operating costs, interest expense, and capital spending remains too high. That is why operating cash flow matters. Operating cash flow tells us whether the company's ordinary business activities produce cash or consume it during the quarter. Net income can include non-cash accounting entries, including EBITDA, or including changes in derivative values, depreciation, and other instruments. Adjusted EBITDA can be useful for comparing operating performances, but it excludes expenses that still matter to shareholders, including interest and certain capital costs. Cash is less impressed by presentations. Cash either entered the bank or left it. Free cash flow is equally important. In simple terms, free cash flow generally begins with operating cash flow and subtracts capital expenditures. If AMC generates cash from operations but must spend even more upgrading theaters and maintaining its estate, the company may still require outside financing. That does not make the investment wrong. It means investors must determine whether AMC is funding productive growth or simply filing another hole in a balance sheet. Cash and liquidity must therefore be read together. The cash balance tells us what AMC had at quarter end. Available borrowing capacity and other committed sources tell us what additional resources may be accessible. Near-term payments tell us how quickly those resources could be consumed. $1 billion of liquidity sounds comforting until somebody places debt maturities, lease obligations, interest payments, and negative free cash flow beside it. This is why the entire table matters, not nearly whichever number looks best in a screenshot. Interest expense deserves special attention because AMC's debt has remained expensive. At March 31st of 26, AMC reported approximately $877.1 million of new 2029 notes with a 15% interest rate, then in effect, and approximately $1.989 billion of new term loans carrying an effective rate of about 10.675%. The company also continued to carry multiple fixed rate notes tranches, including an existing exchangeable note. Removing one debt tranche can help, but it does not transform the remaining capital structure into financial wellness retreat. Monday's report should show how much interest AMC has paid, accrued, or capitalized during the quarter, and how the May and June transaction affects expected interest expense going forward. Investors should distinguish between principal reduction, accounting carrying value, and actual cash interest savings. Those numbers are related, but they are not interchangeable. Debt principal is the contractual amount owed. Carrying value is the amount appearing on the balance sheet after accounting adjustments such as discounts, premiums, embedded derivatives. Cash interest is what AMC must actually pay in cash. Paid in kind interest, commonly called PIK interest, can be added to the debt instead of being paid intermediately, which preserves cash today but can increase what must be repaid or exchanged later. In other words, we did not pay it in cash this quarter. Does that always mean the cost disappeared? Sometimes the bill simply climbed into the back seat and agreed to scream later. Investors must also examine AMC's maturity schedule. A debt exchange can reduce principal, extend the maturity, and lower near-term refinancing pressure without eliminating the company's broader leverage. Pushing a maturity from 2026 to or 2027 to 29 or 30 can provide valuable breathing room. It does not mean the liability evaporated. AMC has been buying time, and that time has real value because it allows the company to participate in a recovering box office. The critical question is whether the operating performances improve quickly enough to convert the extra time into sustainable business. AMC's recent June equity offering makes Monday's update share count especially important. On June 23, AMC disclosed a registered direct offering of 95,250,000 common shares at $2.10 per share, an offering representing approximately 200,025,000 in gross proceeds. After an $11,001,000 placement agreement fee, but before other expenses, AMC expected approximately $89 million in proceeds. As of June 18th, before the offering closed, AMC reported 797,354,638 common shares outstanding. Adding the 95 million newly offered shares to the June 18th count suggests why investors cannot rely on previous quarter denominator, but the actual June 30th count must come from AMC because additional issuance, settlements, and timing difference can affect the number, or the final number. Monday's release and related 10Q should tell us the period end shares outstanding, the weighted average basic and dilutable share counts, the number of shares reserved for outstanding exchangeable securities, and the amount of remaining issuance capabilities. The The prospectus estimates that after the offering, AMC would have approximately 168.3 million authorized shares remaining that were unissued and unreserved. Assuming no additional PIK notes were issued on the existing exchangeable notes, that estimate matters because authorized shares are the legal ceiling approved by shareholders, while outstanding shares are the shares actually issued. Reserve shares are set aside for obligations such as exchanges, awards, and other commitments. Available issuance capacity is what remains after those commitments are considered. If somebody says AMC has 1.1 billion authorized shares, so it can issue all of them tomorrow, that skips the shares already outstanding and the shares already reserved. If somebody says AMC cannot issue another share, that ignores the remaining capacity disclosed in the prospectus. Financial analysis becomes much easier when we stop forcing every number to join a predetermined narrative. AMC then used part of the June financing proceeds to address a near-term maturity on June 24th. The company delivered notice that it would redeem approximately $125.471 million of its 6.125% senior subordinate note due in 2027. That transaction moved AMC closer to removing a 2027 maturity, but investors must still evaluate the cost. The redemption was supported by the equity offering that increased the number of common shares. AMC's June 25, 26 Form 8K. Debt went down, shares went up. That is not a contradiction. That is a debt for equity trade-off. Existing shareholders accept dilution in exchange for the company with less debt, fewer near-term maturities, lower future interest exposure, or more liquidity. Whether the trade was attractive depends on how much debt was removed, how many shares were issued, what interest and refinancing risks were avoided, and whether the improved runway allows AMC to produce greater future value. Anyone discussing only the debt restructuring, the debt reduction is leaving out the shareholder who paid for it through dilution. Anyone discussing only dilution is leaving out the debt and refinancing risk that the issuance addressed. Serious analysis requires both sides of the ledger, even when one side ruins the thumbnail. Monday's report should therefore be examined as a complete capital allocation report. Investors need the updated cash balance, operating cash flow, free cash flow, principal debt, carrying values, interest expense, maturity schedules, basic share count, diluted shares count, reserve shares, and remaining issuance capacity. They need to affect of the May debt exchange, the June equity offering, and the redemption of the 2027 notes. They need domestic and international attendance, admission revenue per patron, food and beverage revenue per patron, theater operating margins, rent expenses, film exhibition costs, and management expectations for the rest of 2026. They should also watch the exact language management uses. May, could, expect, intend, and is evaluating are not synonyms for will. A risk factor discussion of a possible future offering is not an announcement that the offering begins Tuesday. A statement that a company may evaluate strategic alternatives is not proof of a merger agreement already sits inside Adam Aron's desk. Conversely, a specific board authorization, signed agreement, redemption notice, or filed prospectus is not merely speculative language. Words have a different legal and financial weight. Wall Street has built an entire industry around pretending not to notice the difference whenever ambiguity becomes profitable. The market should also watch whether AMC discusses dividends. A dividend would require more than enthusiasm. Management and the board would have to evaluate liquidity, earnings, legal capacity requirements, debt covenants, contractual restrictions, and the company competing need to invest in operational or reduced leverage. AMC debt agreements contain restrictions affecting dividends and other restrictive payments. Therefore, an early earnings date does not erase the contractual and financial analysis required before a dividend could be declared. The same caution applies to merger, acquisition, refinancing, publishing earnings can make current financial information available to counterparties and investors, but it does not prove that the transaction exists. If AMC announces one, there should be an agreement, board action, financing document, an 8K, or other official records. Until then, Monday morning remains an unusual schedule, not a legally binding squeeze invitation printed on theater popcorn. And now we reach the part of the report where somebody should have applied that same evidence standard before holding a funeral for the wrong debt instrument. AMC had two separate exchangeable note tranches due in 2030 with annoyingly similar names. The names are similar because apparently the capital market lawyers wanted retail investors to experience the joy of reading an escape room, but confusing names do not make the instrument interchangeable. The first tranche is AMC's 2024 existing exchangeable note on July 22nd, 2024. AMC disclosed the issuance of approximately $414.4 million at 6% /8% cash PIK toggle senior secure exchangeable notes due in 2030. These are notes associated with the initial $5.66 exchange price. The original exchange rate was 176.6379 AMC common shares for every $1,000 of principal. Dividing 1,000 by 176.6379 produces an initial exchange price of approximately $5.66 per share. AMC stated that the represented 113% of the July 19th, 2024 closing price. The exchange rate was subjected to customary adjustments at anti-dilution provisions and possible additional considerations under the indenture. That 566 figure is not a price target. It is not a guaranteed floor for AMC common stock. It is not a management promising the market must eventually trade at $5.66. It is an initial contractual exchange price derived from the initial exchange rate in the existing notes. The distinction matters because the actual number of shares issued in the exchange may be affected by PIK interest, accrued interest, anti-dilution adjustment, and other exchange adjustment consideration. Somebody cannot simply divide principal by $5.66 and declare that every future settlement must equal that exact result. But the possibility of adjustment does not change which instrument owes the $5.66 structure. The $5.66 term belongs to the 24 existing exchangeable notes. AMC's June 26 prospectus continued to report that approximately $111.6 million in principal amount of those existing exchangeable notes outside of the March 31st, 2026, including PIK notes. The prospectus estimates that If all of those existing notes had been exchanged as of June 18th, they could have required approximately 23.1 million shares subjected to the governing terms if held until maturity with the assumed maximum PIK treatment. That potential amount could be higher. The existing notes did not disappear. They did not become a new note. They did not fall into a filing shredder because somebody on social media confused the label. The second tranche is AMC's separate 2025 new exchangeable note. Those notes arose when holders exchanged approximately 194.4 million of the June 24 existing exchangeable notes for the new and separate instrument in July 2025. AMC later disclosed a downward principal adjustment involving part of that tranche. By March 31st of 2026, the company reported approximately $155.8 million in principal amount of the new exchangeable note outstanding. In May of 2026, holders tendered that entire new note tranche for exchange. AMC's June prospectus states that they issued approximately 142.1 million common shares, including shares connected to accrued and unpaid interest, in exchange for a new exchangeable note. After that exchange, the new notes were exchanged in full and canceled. That is the tranche that disappeared, not the existing note, not the 111.6 million existing note balance, not the 2024 indenture containing the original $5.66 exchange structure. Two securities can both be exchangeable notes. They can both mature in 2030. They can both be issued by the same corporate group. They can even name designed by lawyers and apparently receive a bonus each time an ordinary investor needs a flow chart. They are still separate instruments. Think of two mortgages. Both may be owned by the same person. Both may be matured in the same way. One may have a fixed interest rate and the other may have an adjustable rate. Paying off the second mortgage does not cancel the first mortgage simply because both documents contain the word loan and house. The same principle applies here. The 2024 existing notes and the 2025 new note had separate terms, separate balances, separate treatment. Canceling the new note is not canceling the existing notes. This is where Mr. Over 40 analysis drove directly into a capital structure guardrail and then blamed the road. The retirement of approximately 155.8 million in new exchangeable notes was real. The issuance of approximately 142.1 million AMC shares was real. The cancellation of the new note tranche was real. The cancellation of approximately 111.6 million in existing exchangeable notes was also real. The mistake was taking the cancellation of the 2025 new note and claiming that it eliminated the 566 term belonging to the 24 existing notes. It did not. Mr. Over 40 did not predict the disappearance of the $5.66 existing note structure. He identified the retirement of one instrument and assigned that retirement to a different instrument. That is not a subtle disagreement about valuation, accounting assumptions, or future box office revenue. That is reading the label on one bottle and announcing that different bottle is empty. The exchange produced both a benefit and a cost. AMC reduced its debt principal and eliminated future obligations attached to the new note. In return, it issued approximately 142.1 million common shares, substantially increasing dilution for existing shareholders. Removing the tranche may reduce future interest, refinancing the maturity risk, and exact economic benefit must be compared with ownership transferred to the former note holder. Debt went down, dilution went up. The 2025 new notes were canceled. 2024 existing notes remain. All four statements can be true at the same time. Corporate finance does not require us to choose only the facts that fit comfortably on our side of the argument. The other claim required correction is that AMC capital structure somehow became entirely performance debt. AMC does have new 2029 notes with performance-based interest rate features. Under their terms, the applicable rate can change depending on AMC's total leverage ratio. At March 31st, AMC reported approximately $877.1 million of those notes and stated that the rate then in effect was 15%. That is what performance-based means for this context. If AMC leverage ratio improves enough under the contractual formula, the applicable interest rate may decline. If it does not, the higher rate may remain. It gives AMC a financial incentive to improve leverage, but it does not make the debt optional, erase the principal, or transform the note holder into charitable sponsors of the theatrical arts. More importantly, that feature applies to the particular new 2029 notes. It does not describe AMC's entire capital structure. AMC continued to report new term loans, existing exchangeable notes, fixed rate secured notes, subordinated notes, Odeon debt, lease liabilities, and other obligations. Some instruments have fixed rates, some have floating rates, some contain exchangeable provisions, some contain PIK options, some mature in 27, 29, 30, some secure by collateral. The governing credit agreements and indentures contain covenants, restrictions, reporting requirements, and default provisions. Calling the whole structure performance debt does not make the filing easier to understand. It makes it less accurate. In the July 2024 refinancing documents specifically describe covenants restricting additional indebtedness, liens, dividends, investments, assets, dispositions, mergers, and other corporate actions subjected to negotiated exceptions. The new 2029 notes and the term loan structures also contain contractual conditions. AMC may have extended maturities and created more flexible paths through capital structures, but it did not replace every covenant-bearing obligation with a gold star and disappeared whatever quarterly performance improves. Mr. Over 40, you canceled the wrong note. The initial $5.66 exchange structure belongs to AMC's 2024 existing exchangeable note. The approximately $155.8 million exchange in May belongs to the separate 2025 new exchangeable note. AMC's June filing continued to report approximately $111.6 million of the existing note outstanding as of March 31st. The new note were exchanged for approximately 142.1 million common shares and then canceled. You did not correctly predict that the $5.66 term disappeared. You confused two separate financial instruments and presented the confusion as analysis. If it was an honest mistake, correct it. Everyone who reads complicated financial documents eventually makes one. The difference between research and propaganda is what happens after the evidence arrives. A researcher corrects the record. A performer moves the goalpost, changes the vocabulary, and announces another victory before an audience notices that the original prediction is lying face down behind the stage. If you continue repeating the claim after the 24/8K, the first quarter 10Q, and the June 26 prospectus have been placed in front of you, it stops being an innocent misunderstanding. It becomes misinformation. Prediction do not become research because they are delivered loudly. Confidence does not amend an indenture. Sarcasm does not cancel a debt tranche, and live stream victory lap does not change the name of the security AMC actually exchanged. Monday Report has the opportunity to show investors where AMC stands after these transactions. We should learn how the equity issuance affected the share count, how much cash remained at June 30th, how much debt exchange affected interest and leverage, whether the 2027 redemption improved that maturity schedule, whether attendance and per patron spending continue to strengthen, and whether management believes the second half of 26 can produce sustainable cash generation. The report could be strong, it could be mixed, it could show real operating progress accompanied by continuing dilution and heavy interest expense. Those outcomes are not mutually exclusive. What Monday cannot honestly become is another excuse to announce a guaranteed squeeze before the filing arrived. The timing deserves attention, but the documents deserve authority. If AMC announced a dividend, we will read the declaration, record date, payment date, restrictions, and funding source. If AMC announces another refinancing, we will read the principal, interest rate, maturity, collateral, and covenants. If it announces an equity offering, we will count the shares and calculate the proceeds. If it announces nothing beyond ordinary quarterly results, we will report that too. Not manufacture a catalyst. No secret message scavenger hunt. No canceling one note because another note had the inconveniently similar name. Just the capital structure, the cash flow, the share count, and the receipts. That is the real importance of Monday morning. AMC is placing current information in front of the market at an unusually early hour after completing several significant capital transactions. The company appears ready to explain where it stands and what comes next. Whether AMC is merely stabilizing, beginning to move decisively towards recovery and growth will not be determined by the clock alone. It will determine by the numbers behind it. And that brings us to the final word. This report was never supposed to be about humiliating one bad predictor, worshiping one company executive, or declaring every suspicious market event part of an automatic conspiracy. It is about establishing a standard. And that applies to Wall Street, regulators, companies, influencers, and us. Read the correct filing. Identify the correct instrument. Match every share. Track every obligation. Separate a possibility from the promise. Correct and record when the evidence changes, because if retail expects Wall Street to prove what it sold, borrowed, routed, tokenized, still owes, then retail research must be willing to meet the same standard. The receipts come first. Everything else is just another Mr. O for 40 prediction, waiting for a filing to arrive. And this is Joker Ape's final word. Wall Street's favorite magic trick. Everything reconciles until retail asks to see the reconciliation. This is the point where I need to separate what the documents establish from what I, Security James Joker Ape, believe those documents may ultimately expose. I've spent countless hours gathering filings, court records, market data, corporate announcements, and regulatory explanations because I believe something serious may be hiding inside the gaps between Wall Street's separate record-keeping system, but belief is not a verdict. Suspicion is not a conviction. A civil complaint does not make a defendant guilty. A discovery order can force the production of evidence, but it does not predetermine what that evidence will show. If we demand that Wall Street prove its claims, reconcile its records, and correct the mistakes, then we must hold ourselves to the same standard. This is not me backing away from the fight. It is me explaining how the fight is won. The strongest accusation in the world becomes worthless if it cannot survive contact with the records. A matching chart is not enough. A failure to deliver is not automatically proof of an illegal naked short. A rapidly canceled order is not automatically spoofing. A customer account showing a share is not by itself proof that a counterfeit share was created. An early earnings call is not proof of a merger, dividend, or squeeze. Citadel Virtu and another major market maker appearing on the trading records of several securities does not automatically prove a coordinated criminal basket because large market makers trades enormous portions of the American equities market. Every one of those facts can be a clue, but none of it is a complete case. The complete case requires the order, accounts, algorithms, positions, locates, borrows, settlement obligations, corporate action adjustments, and financial benefit to connect. It requires to identify the participants responsible for an unexplained deficit or deceptive order. It requires evidence showing that participants knew what was intended, how it affected the market, and who suffered the measurable loss. That is how an investigation moves from this looks wrong to specific participant used this specific account or algorithm to perform this specific act and could not reconcile that result. In my opinion, the most important problem exposed by this report is not one suspicious trading day, one market maker, one delivery failure, or one badly named debt instrument. The larger problem is that no ordinary investor can see the entire ownership and obligation chain. The issue now has many shares legally issued. The transfer agent now knows the registered position. DTC knows the participant level entitlements credited through its system. Brokers know what they displayed in customer accounts. Custodians know what they hold for brokers. Stock loans desks knows what the borrowers were lent. Prime brokers know what they finance. Market makers know what they bought, sold, and internalized. Clearing organizations know what settled, what failed. Options dealers know what they hedged. Swap counterparties know the economics exposure written into private contracts. Regulators possess orders and transaction data that retail investors cannot inspect. Everybody holds one piece of the puzzle. Everybody can announce their piece is accurate, and almost nobody publicly proves that all of these pieces reconcile together. Apparently, this is called market confidence. In an ordinary business, we call it a warehouse where 6 people maintain 6 separate inventory lists and become offended when one customer asks whether the totals matched. That fragmented structure does not prove a crime, but it creates conditions in which an error, unsupported obligation, or deliberate abuse can become difficult for the public to detect. One institution may correctly report its custody position while another carries a securities receivable. A broker may accurately state what appears in a customer's accounts while relying on the counterparty to deliver shares later. A market maker may accurately report an execution while the associate stock loan records short markings and settlement history remains inside different systems controlled by different entities. Each individual statement can be technically accurate while the complete chain remains unproven. That is where I believe the greater danger lives, at the junction between the records. If customer claims exceed the securities held in custody, there should be a documented balancing obligation. That obligation be a legitimate short position, stock loan, security receivable, failed receipt, or pending corporate action delivery. The existence of a more economic claims than issued shares is not automatically illegal because legitimate short selling can create an additional long side claim matched by correspondent liability. Suppose investor A owes 100 shares and lends them, and short seller borrows those shares and sells them to investor B. Investor B receives the 100 deliverable shares, while investor A retains contractual rights to receive 100 equivalent shares back. 2 investors now possess economic interest associated with 100 issued shares, but the borrowed 100 share obligation balances the claim. The serious question begins when the brokers cannot identify the borrower, loan agreement, collateral, securities receivable, or other enforceable obligations supporting the additional customer claim. If the broker shows 100 shares and investor A and another 100 shares to investor B, well, nobody can produce the balancing short liability. The system has not explained the second claim. That unexplained residual is what investigators must find. If market misconduct is eventually proved across AMC, MMTLP, GNS, GME, or other retail-heavy securities, I doubt it will resemble one cartoon villain sitting in the dark office and pressing a button marked "Create Synthetics." It will more likely involve the abuse of otherwise lawful market mechanisms. Short selling can be lawful. Securities lending can be lawful. Market making can be lawful. Internalization customer orders can be lawful. Executing trades away from public exchange can be lawful. Options, swaps, ETFs, hedges can be lawful. Tokenization, a properly backed DTC entitlement, can be lawful. The question is whether those mechanisms were used honestly. Were sell orders entered with a genuine intent to execute, or were they delayed only long enough to create a false impression of supply? Were short sales marked correctly? Did valid locates exist when required? When the same supposedly available shares promised to incapable borrowers? Did the seller deliver on time? If delivery failed, did the responsible participants satisfy the applicable closeout requirement? Were corporate action obligations carried forward accurately? Were customer positions supported by actual custody or identifiable receivables? Did the same account benefit from the price movement allegedly created by its orders. Were related economic positions hidden inside options, swaps, ETF, basket trades? Those questions are not answered by screaming crime into a live stream. They are answered by records. The SEC explains that the failure to deliver can result from alongside short sale or operational problem. Regulations show imposes order marking locates and closeout requirements, but the existence of a fail alone does not establish an abusive naked short sale. Investigators must trace the fail to the responsible transaction, determine how the order was marked, identify the claim, locate or applicable exception, and establish whether the required closeout occurred. That distinction matters because naked short selling has become a phrase people use to describe almost anything they dislike about the stock chart. Some conduct involves uncovering short sales may violate federal requirements, while some failures arise from entirely different reasons, and some short sales are properly borrowed, delivered, and lawful. If we labeled every short transaction illegal before reading the underlying record, we make it easier for the actual misconduct to hide inside a pile of exaggerated claims. The same standard applies to spoofing. A market maker can legitimately cancel thousands of orders because prices, inventory risk, and market conditions can change in milliseconds. A cancel order becomes evidence of spoofing when the surrounding facts that the trader did not intend to execute it and instead used it to deceive the other participants, move the price, and benefit genuinely from trading activity on the opposite side. The newly filed GNS complaint presents a detailed and testable theory. It alleges that Citadel and Virtu America jointly executed between 65 and 85% of GNS's over-the-counter trading during the proposed class period. It further alleges that 1,395,792 orders representing at least 139,579,200 shares were placed at or better than the prevailing best price and canceled within 100 milliseconds without execution, with the alleged pattern appearing on 758 of 760 trading days. Those are extraordinarily allegations, but they remain the plaintiff's allegations. They have not yet been established through discovery, expert testimony, summary of judgment, or trial. And Citadel and Virtu have not been found liable merely because the names appear in the complaint. Public data can identify suspicious patterns, but the decisive evidence will be found in non-public records. Investigators need complete order life cycles, exchange identifiers, timestamps, MPIDs, routing instructions, account ownership, algorithm names, cancellation triggers, source codes, positions, and internal communications. They must determine whether the challenge order were genuine quotations reacting to market conditions or baiting orders intended to manufacture artificial supply or demand. They must then connect those allegations deceptive to economic benefit. Did the same firm, desk, or connected account purchase shares at a price allegedly pushed lower? Did it benefit through a short position, put option, swap, or other instrument? Did it internalize customer flow at prices affected by its displayed order? Did investors transact at artificial prices because of alleged conduct? That is the difference between suspicious cancellations and provable securities manipulation case. The consolidated audit trail is designed to provide regulators with order lifecycle information across U.S. equities and option markets. CAT can help identify broker-dealer handling and orders and trace its routing, modifications, cancellations, executions. It's not public website where retailers, investors can enter, ticker, click, find crime, and receive a name of every account involved. Regulators and authorized investigators with access to that information must use it and explain what evidence establishes. That is why court-ordered discovery matters. Retail investors have spent years asking market participants to provide records voluntarily. A court can turn, "We would prefer not to discuss that," into produce the document by this date. The metamaterials bankruptcy creates a formal legal process through which the trustee can seek evidence and test allegations involving trading activity and the company's collapse. The existence of discovery does not establish that any recipient committed misconduct, but it creates a path towards obtaining records that social media researchers cannot subpoena. If those records clear the firm, that result must be reported. If the records expose improper order making, unsupported locates, manipulative algorithms, unresolved settlement obligations, or communications showing unlawful intent, then the evidence must be followed through every account, counterparty, and related security. I am not interested in pre-writing the verdict. I am interested in making it impossible to bury the evidence. MMTLP demonstrates why the ledger's side matter. FINRA stated that outstanding MMTLP short positions were not automatically closed, extinguished by the 2022 corporate action. According to FINRA, firms adjusted those positions into equalized short positions in NextBridge hydrocarbons. At an account short 100 MMTLP shares was expected to become short 100 NextBridge shares. MMTLP ticker disappeared, but the allocation or the associated obligation were not supposed to disappear with it. That does not establish that every surviving short position was illegal. It establishes that the obligation should remain identifiable. A legitimate short position should have a borrower, a lender, a quantity, a collateral arrangement, and a continued liability. A corporate action can change the property owned, but it should not erase the accounting trail. That is why the NextBridge dividend matters. It creates another broker by broker test. Each broker should know how many eligible shares it showed to customers on the record date, how many dividend shares it received through its registered or custody position, and who owes any remaining manufactured dividend obligation. If a broker credits a customer with more dividend shares than it receives from the register holdings, it must identify the stock loan, short seller, or counterparty responsible for the difference. A manufactured dividend can be legitimate. An unidentified manufactured dividend is not an explanation. It is a new line item standing over the old obligation, wearing sunglasses and hoping nobody recognizes it. The MMTLP demand is therefore straightforward. Reconcile the issuer's legally issued shares, the transfer agent registered custodial positions, broker holdings, customer entitlements, stock loans, short positions, delivery failures, and corporate action receivables. Count every legitimate NextBridge share issuer after the original distribution, so valid later issuance are not falsely labeled synthetic. Then isolate any remaining discrepancy and identify the participants responsible for it. If everything matches, publish the reconciliation and weaken the unsupported share theory. If it does not match, identify the break. Tokenization raises the same questions inside a newer system. DTC moved tokenized DTC custody assets into limited live production on July 15th. The event included tokenized treasuries, equity ETFs, collateral pledges, delivery versus payment activities, repo transactions, and approximately 40 firms participating. DTC continues to identify October 26 as the expected launch period for the broader tokenized service. The broader mechanics described in the SEC correspondence allow participants to instruct DTC to move an eligible entitlement from an ordinary DTC account to a digital omnibus account. DTC Factory Systems then mints a corresponding token for the registered wallet, while LedgerScan monitors movements among approved wallets. LedgerScan is the off-chain system, and it serves as DTC official books and records for tokenization entitlements. At the DTC token level, the required equation should be straightforward. The securities in the digital omnibus account should equal the number of outstanding tokens, and the outstanding tokens should equal the total positions across all registered wallets. That is a valuable control, but it is not the complete customer audit. DTC should reconcile 1 million securities in the digital omnibus account to 1 million tokens, with participant broker, customer broker, or books still contained duplicate credits, stock loan claims, securities receivable, or other obligations. DTC recognizes the participants as the entitlement holders, while the relationship between that participant and its customers remain primarily a bilateral matter. The blockchain, therefore, does not automatically reveal whether every retail position shown inside every brokerage account is supported by custody or a documented counterparty obligation. The technology may produce an excellent record of tokens while leaving the customer level question locked inside the same institution that controls the customer ledger. Congratulations, Wall Street. You placed the quote check ticket on blockchain, but still will not let the customer count the coats. My position is not that tokenization should be rejected. Tokenization could improve transfers, collateral movements, corporate action, and audit trails. My concern is that the market could become much faster without becoming meaningfully more transparent to the beneficial owners who money supports. A faster black box is still a black box. If tokenization is going to become a major part of the American market infrastructure, retail should demand end-to-end reconciliation before the services scales. Issue securities should be matched to DTC entitlements. Entitlements held in a digital omnibus account should be matched to tokens. Tokens should be matched to registered wallets, and every participant aggregate position should be matched to its customer subledger and external obligation. Every loan, short obligation, pledge, repo, delivery, failure, or corporate action entitlement should be assigned to the identifiable participant and carried through the complete record chain. The technology is capable of producing that audit trail. Whether the institutions choose to make it meaningful portion visible is the real test. AMC brings these questions home for this community. My opinion about AMC is neither everything is perfect nor everything downward price movement proves a crime. AMC business and capital structure have experienced real weakness. The company has carried substantial debt, paid high interest, reported losses, and issued large amounts of equity. Dilution is real. Interest expense is real. The effect of the pandemic, the writers and actors strike, and the uneven theatrical release schedule were real. Pretending those factors do not exist is not defending AMC. It is refusing to read AMC. At the same time, acknowledging AMC's financial challenges do not require us to pretend the market structure is automatically fair, transparent, or irrelevant. AMC trades inside a system involving off-exchange execution, market-making inventory, short sales, securities lending, option ETFs, swaps, and omnibus custody. Those mechanisms can affect where demand appears, how dealers hedge, and how settlement obligations have moved through the system. My opinion is that AMC market price has probably been shaped by both company-specific realities and market structure forces. Dilution can pressure price, debt can affect valuation, and weak quarters can change investor expectations. Concentrated off-exchange routing, short activity, derivatives, and algorithmic trading can influence price formation. The serious question is whether those forces operated lawfully and crossed the line into manipulation. This report does not yet prove that AMC was illegally manipulated as part of the coordinated meme stock basket. It identifies the records needed to test that theory. It is reasonable to suspect that several retail-heavy securities may be grouped together by lawful quantitative option, ETF swap, or market-making strategies. A basket can't exist without a crime. A criminal or civil liability question begins if the same identifiable participants use deceptive order, improper locates, false markings, unsupported obligations, or coordinated strategies to create artificial prices across those securities. Proving that would require the same MPIDs, accounts, algorithms, prime brokers, locate providers, stock ledgers, clearing participants, and economic exposure to appear across the relevant records. Investigators would need communication or code showing that the securities were intentionally managed through common manipulative strategies, and they would need to connect the challenged conduct to the positions that benefited the investor who suffered the measurable loss. Until then, the meme basket remains a theory that deserves testing, not a verdict that has already been entered. Monday morning matters because AMC is preparing to provide another major set of company-controlled facts. AMC scheduled the second quarter report on Monday, the 20th, 20 days after the quarter end, with a webcast beginning at 7:30 a.m. Central for 1 hour Central, 1 hour before regular trading opens. That is substantially earlier than AMC's recent reporting pattern. I believe the timing is deliberate in the ordinary sense that management selected it for a reason. AMC may want its updated operating results, share count, liquidity, capital structure in front of the market before Monday opening bell, particularly after its recent debt exchanges, equity issuance, and redemption activity. I do not know whether the transaction will follow. The early schedule could simply mean the numbers were ready. It could help clear the earnings-related blackout period. It could allow AMC to establish an updated financial record before evaluating another capital market action. It could also produce nothing beyond an ordinary earnings report. The timing deserves attention, but it does not deserve a fabricated guarantee. My broader opinion is that AMC has been moving through 4 overlapping stages. Like I said before, survive, stabilize, recover, and grow. The company survived intermediate crisis and has spent years restructuring obligations, extending maturities, and raising capitals. Its operating results have improved from deeply disrupted periods, and management has continued investing in premium formats, theater upgrades, and customer programs. AMC has not, however, reached a point where the capital structure can be ignored. Monday's cash flow, liquidity, debt, interest, expense, and updated share count matter as much as revenue. A strong box office does not automatically repair the balance sheet. A debt exchange does not automatically eliminate dilution. And removing one note tranche does not cancel another instrument with a similarly inconvenient name. This is why reading correct documents matter, even inside our own community. If we attack Wall Street, hiding behind complexity, but then refuse to distinguish AMC's 24 existing exchangeable notes for its separate 25 new exchangeable notes, we become part of the information problem. The initial $5.66 exchange structure belongs to the 2024 existing exchange note. approximately $155.8 million exchange in May belongs to the separate 25 new exchangeable note. And AMC issued approximately 142.1 million shares to retire the new note, while in June's prospectus continued to report approximately 111.6 million of the existing notes outstanding as of March 31st. Debt went down. Dilution went up. The new notes were canceled, and the existing notes remained. The correction may look similar than tokenization, litigation, or market manipulation, but it represents the same governing principle. Read the record before announcing the conclusion. That principle is why I built the AMC Ape Cage. I did not build the website because I wanted everyone to like me. I did not build it to create a shrine to Joker Ape, collect compliments, or declare myself an unquestionable owner of AMC Truth. If anybody wants unquestioning loyalty, they should start a fan club. This is supposed to be an evidence locker. I built it because posts disappear, links get buried, screenshots lose context, predictions are deleted, and algorithms reward anger and certainty more than correction and nuance. A complicated filing can take hours to understand, while a false claim can circle the community in 10 minutes because somebody typed it in capital letters besides a siren emoji. Our community needs to place where the documents remain connected to the claims they support. An SEC filing should be linked to a statement drawn from it. A court complaint should be labeled as an allegation. A discovery order should be distinguished from a verdict. A corporate press release should not be treated as an independent proof of every claim it contains. An opinion should be labeled as an opinion, and an unproven theory should identify the records needed to confirm it or reject it. That is what the evidence locker is meant to become. Not a pile of screenshots, but a research chain. The goal is for the ordinary investor to open the site, read an explanation in plain English, follow the source, and decide whether the reasoning holds up. Nobody should have to trust me merely because I am a Joker Ape. I want people to understand why I reached a conclusion and where to look if they believe I am wrong. Matt understands the vision. When he read Meet the Cage and the Evidence Locker, he described the site as a major retail toolkit for documented research, data sourcing, and sharing made available to the Ape Army community. He recognized the difficult nights, the work, and the larger purpose, preserving past research, adding new evidence, and helping ordinary investors understand the challenging market infrastructure behind the ticker. The message mattered to me. Because Matt did not praise the prediction. He praised the structure being built around the evidence. That is the real vision. And that's why I want AMC investors who do not know the difference between short volume, short interest, are able to learn from it. I want someone who has never read an indenture to understand why two notes maturing in 2030 can still be a separate instrument. I want retail investors to understand why a token is not automatically a direct registered share, why a broker position is not the same as direct registration, why a manufactured dividend can be a legitimate can't be legitimate, and why an unidentified balancing obligation remains a serious problem. I want people to learn enough that nobody can manipulate them with complicated vocabulary. Wall Street's greatest shield is not necessarily secrecy, it's complexity. If a system can make the explanation exhausting enough, many people will stop asking questions before researching the important part. Acronyms become a fence, footnotes become camouflage, and separate ledgers become plausible deniability. My answer is education. The better retail understands the machinery, the harder it becomes for any Wall Street institution, regulator, company executive, or social media personality to sell misleading stories without being challenged. I also built the website because I see what is happening inside our community. I see the exhausted investor. Who has spent years waiting for accountability. I see people who have watched predictions fail, dates pass, and explanations change. I see legitimate disagreement turning into personal warfare, questions being treated as betrayal, confidence being mistaken for evidence. I see researchers attacked because their findings complicate a popular narrative. And I see personalities becoming more important than the filings they claim to interpret. Some of that conflict comes from genuine frustration. Some comes from ego, and some comes from social media systems that reward outrage. Some may come from people who benefited financially or socially from keeping the community divided. I will not claim that every critic is a paid shill or every disagreement is coordinated because I cannot prove that. What I can say is that division helps anyone who does not want the records examined. If retail spends all day fighting over which influencer deserves credit, nobody is matching the broker ledger. If we attack anyone who corrects a false claim, misinformation becomes protected by a group loyalty. If we turn every question into a loyalty test, serious investigators will leave, and performers will inherit the stage. That is not a community preparing to expose misconduct. It is a community helping to hide it. The AMC ape cage must be different. Standard cannot be Joker ape said it. The standard must be, here's the document, here's the relevant language, here's the reasoning, and here is what remains unproven. If I make a factual mistake, bring the correct filing and I will fix it. That does not weaken the project. Corrections are how research archives become more reliable. Nobody reads hundreds of pages of legal and financial documents without occasionally making an error. I've made them. The real test is whether a person corrects the record or quietly moves the goalposts. So the people who do not like me, not asking for your approval. To the people who do not respect me, I'm not demanding your applause. To the people who believe I'm wrong, I am asking for your evidence. My sources are on my site. My reasoning is visible, and the filings, court records, and regulatory explanations are linked. If you possess contrary evidence, send it. Bring the order, bring the ledger. trade data, or correct indicator. Identify exactly what fact is wrong and explain why. But if your entire response is an insult, another failed prediction, or trust me, bro, wearing a Bloomberg costume, do not confuse it with research. You do not have to respect me, but you do have to produce evidence if you want your claim treated as evidence. And that brings me to my final opinion. If wrongdoing is ultimately proved, the core abuse will not be that Wall Street used sophisticated technology. The abuse will be that certain participants may have used their privileged access to create deceptive supply or demand, carry unsupported obligations, evade delivery requirements, or conceal economic exposure while ordinary investors were denied the records necessary to challenge them. The potential crime is not blockchain, short selling, or market making. Those tools can all serve lawful purpose. The potential crime is using lawful tools for an unlawful purpose and then relying on fragmented record keeping to prevent the public from proving it. That is my opinion. Not a judicial finding. I cannot honestly tell you today which person or firm, if any, is guilty or of participating in a coordinated AMC manipulative scheme. Anyone who claims to know without the account level records is selling certainty they do not possess. What I can identify is where the evidence should exist, which records must reconcile, and which participants must answer if those records do not match. That is not weakness or hesitation. That is the road from suspicion to proof. To DTC, the demand to demonstrate that every security held in digital omnibus accounts matches the corresponding outstanding token supply and the sum of registered wallet balances, and then require every participant to reconcile its aggregate holdings to its customer books and attach obligations to Citadel Virtu and every other market participant whose activity is challenged. The demand is to produce the order, life cycles, accounts, algorithms, positions, locates, borrows, communications, and settlement records. If the activity is legitimate, those records should provide the strongest defense. To FINRA, brokers, and custodians involved in MMTLP and NextBridge, the demand is to reconcile and the registered shares, customer entitlements, short positions, stock loans, fails to manufacture dividends, obligations, and identify who owns every share. To the GNS plaintiffs, the demand is to connect the alleged baiting order to specific defendants, manipulative intent, artificial prices, financial benefit, and transaction-specific investor losses. To AMC, the demand is to continue providing the complete capital structure, cash flow, share count, and operating results investors need to evaluate the company honestly. To the AMC community, the demand is to read and correct instruments before making the prediction. And to everyone that's dismissing all of this as conspiracy, my answer is simple. Great. Then show us the reconciliation. If everything balances, the record should settle this argument. If the orders were legitimate, the life cycle data should just demonstrate it. If every short was properly marked, borrowed, delivered, or closed out, the record should identify the relevant shares and counterparties. If every customer position is supported, the customer totals and documents receivables should match the customer subledgers. If MMTLP surviving obligations were properly converted into NextBridge obligations, every broker should be able to identify where those liabilities are correct. If tokenization is truly one-for-one, publish the point-in-time reconciliation. If AMC's unusual Monday schedule means nothing beyond an early earnings release, the filing will establish that too. The demand is not radical. It is accounting, evidence, and receipts. Nobody is asking Wall Street to reveal what executive orders lunch. Investors are asking for what records that establish what was issued, sold, borrowed, routed, tokenized, delivered, failed to left outstanding. Those records are not decorative paperwork. They are the machinery through which lawful ownership, trading, and settlement are supposed to be proved. This report represents my opinion based on the records presently available. It is not a criminal verdict, a declaration of civil liability, or a guarantee concerning AMC's future stock price. The allegation against Citadel, Virtue, and other market participants remain allegations unless and until they are established through admissible evidence or an official finding. Discovery is not conviction. A complaint is not a verdict. And an unusual market pattern is not automatically proof of manipulation. But not yet proved does not mean not worth investigating. It means the work is unfinished. Follow the token to the entitlement to the security, the customer claim to the broker. Follow the short to the borrow, the fail to the responsible, participant to the challenged order, to the account and the algorithm that generated it. Follow the price movement to the economic position and that benefited follow every corporate action to every obligation that survived it. Then place every record on the same table and require the totals to match. If the records match, report the results honestly. If they do not, identify where the claim broke or the chain broke. How large the discrepancy is, which firm controlled the relevant records, and which party remains responsible for the unsupported obligation. Do not replace the missing number with an accusation, but do not allow the firm to replace the missing number with "trust us" either. Evidence discipline protects innocent participants from unsupported allegations while preventing powerful institutions from burying genuine misconduct beneath complexity. That is the common demand connecting every section of this report. Show us what was issued, what was sold, what was borrowed, what was routed, what was tokenized, what failed, and what remains owed. Show us which account placed the order, which algorithm controlled it, which locate supported the short sale, which counterparty supplied the borrow, which clearing participant carried the fail, and which broker credited the customer. Show us how the corporate action was processed and where every surviving obligation went. If asking for the evidence makes retail investors the problem, then Wall Street has accidentally confessed that transparency was never part of the product. Welcome to the AMC Ape Cage. Doors open. The evidence locker is waiting, and the standard is clear. Bring your documents, your corrections, and your facts. Bring evidence capable of surviving more than a dramatic thumbnail and confident live stream or a convenient screenshot, because apes do not break. And from this point forward, neither should the chain of evidence. And with that, I'm tired and I'm going to bed. But love you all. And you guys have a good one.
Damn. Funny how somebody goes from your whole damn world to a stranger who still has a key. Yeah, I remember everything.
If you're late last week, feels like last week I caught you walking down the avenue. Roll the window down, girl, where the hell you headed to? You climbed this smelling good, smiling like you knew that one little route would change what both of us would do. I was single, you were lonely, but pretending we weren't scarred. Two fucked up hearts, they finally dropped their guard. We talking till sunrise about everything we knew. Baby, you hang up, no you hang up. Fuck that, just come through. Then your bosses fill my hallway, they went on a lease. I carried all the pressure so that you could sleep in peace. Pay the lights, pay the bills, gave you everything I had. You forever got real quiet when the shit between us got bad. I gave you keys, I gave you trust, gave you love when love got rough. Now you walking out like none of this was real. What the fuck? How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. One night in my arms, next morning bags packed quick. How the fuck you leave that cold? After everything I did to build this fucking home. Don't act like we never shook these walls. Broke the bed, cracked the frame, knocked pictures off. That reckless sweaty, tear it up, ghetto love. Now you acting like I never was enough. You can lie to your friends, but you know the facts. How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. Ha, 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 ha. How the fuck you switch like that? Never thought that loving you would hurt this fucking hard. I did everything a grown man does to play his part. You should've told me all your second thoughts instead. Before I put the money on the house you said you wanted. Before I sign my name beneath another 30 years. Before I fill those empty rooms with furniture and dreams. Now I'm staring at the ceiling thinking we were a mistake. Then your body crosses my mind, I miss the love we made. We had problems, but a couple fucking dozen. Felt like we were finished, made love like we still wanted it. Thought the storm would pass and leave us stronger than before. Didn't know you had one foot already out the fucking door. I gave you time, I gave you space. Never threw your past back in your face. Now you're treating me like some bill you already paid. That's fucked up. How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. One night in my arms, next morning bags packed quick. How the fuck you leave that cold? After everything I did to build this fucking home. Don't act like we never shook these walls. Broke the bed, cracked the frame, knocked pictures off. That record sweaty, tear it up, ghetto love. Now you're acting like I never was enough. You can lie to your friends, but you know the facts. How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. Ha, 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 ha. How the fuck you switch like that? I was the number that you called at too. The one who dropped everything and came for you. Held you down when your whole world cracked. Never made you feel like shit for that. Someday that new shit won't feel so new. You compare every man to what I gave you. You remember who stayed when staying wasn't fun and realize you threw away a real fucking one. I miss the woman I believed you were. Not this cold ass stranger standing at my door. Take your shit, take your lies, take your pride, but don't rewrite what we had inside. How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. After all that love, how you quit that quick? How the fuck you turn so cold and leave me standing in this half-empty hole? Don't act like we never shook these walls. Screaming my name while your clothes came on. That nasty, beautiful, tear it up, ghetto look. We both know I gave more than enough. Run from the truth, but you can't outrun fast. How the fuck you switch like that? Trick. Tell me how the fuck you switch like that? Switch, switch.
What the fuck? Keep the king. The lock's already changed. When you finally understand what you walked away from, don't bring your ass back.
Yeah. Hey, Cage. This ain't a party straight. This that look in the mirror shit. Turn me up. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker ape shit. Like I'ma stand here as a man and let a bitch ass funny looking fucker get the upper hand. Nah, I got scars, I got rich, I got shit I don't suck. I got pain in my chest that I carry alone. You can run your mouth, I don't care what you say, but get too close, I'ma clap back in your face. No, I've been lost, I've been stuck in my head. I done slept with the ghost of the words never said. I smile through pain while my heart bled red. Then woke up cold like the old me dead. I got issues, got no time. Got demons doing push-ups in the back of my mind. Got trust wounds deep, got a short ass view. Got a whole lot of reasons I don't fuck with you. Everybody wanna talk like they know my life, like they felt my nights, like they paid my price. Like the hell's that weight when my soul got tight, like they stood in the rain when I begged for light. Nah, you don't know what this shit cost me. You don't know what the dark taught me. You don't know how many times I broke and stitched myself up while the world walked past me. No way out. Chain still ring. Pain don't die. It learns to sing. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker ape shit. Like I'ma stand here as a man and let a bitch ass funny looking fucker get the upper hand. Nah, I got scars, I got rich, I got shit I don't show. I got pain in my chest that I carry alone. You can run your mouth, care what you say. But get too close, I'ma clap back in your face. Bitches know what I'm about out here. I don't toot my own horn, I don't have to. I've been built by pressure, baptized by fear. Now the cage door broke when I passed through. It's too real out here to be scared. A real motherfucker do what he has to. A man with pain is the last thing to test, cause he already lost what you think he attached. I don't need no crowd, I don't need no love. I don't need fake hugs from a snake ass judge. I don't need your smile, I don't need your bug. I don't need your hand when the hand got blood. I keep God in my chest, still fight with my flaws. Still curse at the sky, still pray through the stars. Still got rage in my voice, still pain in my bar. Still swing at the dark when it reaches too far. Fuck all that soft shit, I came from the mud. Fuck all that fake shit, I know what it was. Fuck what they said when I needed some help. Now they all wanna stand where the fire got hot.
Look, I ain't saying I'm healed. I'm saying I learned how to move while broken. I'm saying pain stopped being a prison and started being a weapon. I control.
Ape Cage. Ape Cage. We all die one day, so I live how I bleed. Got a war in my chest and a mouth full of grief. Got a name they remember when I walk through the steam. Joker ape in the dark with a cage off the leash. I don't fear no man, I fear wasting my breath. I fear leaving my truth locked inside my chest. I fear dying quiet with my pain unaddressed. So I scream this shit loud till there ain't nothing left. I've been crossed, I've been cut, I've been thrown in the dirt. I've been taught real love by the shape of her. I've been told calm down when the fire got worse. Now burn through the beat like a blackout hurt. Dark night outside, black paint in the rain. White calipers flash like scars through the pain. Joker ape in the glass, face full of rage. Same old soul, but the man done changed. When I step up in the dark, bitches wanna look like these motherfuckers got Joker ape shook. No way out. No escape. Pain made me what I am today. I got scars, I got rage, I got shit I don't show. I got pain in my chest that I carry alone. We all die one day, but until that day, I'ma make these motherfuckers remember my name. This ain't survival, this is control.
Welcome to the cage. Round and round we go.
Hope you're not afraid of heights.
This ride never stops!
Enjoy the fall.
Well, that escalated fast. You haven't seen chaos yet.
Aww, don't leave yet. We're just getting started.